Hi. So, I'm still trying to work on this hair, but it's still kind of weak and falling out. I've been deep conditioning for a couple of days now, and I don't know what's wrong. Maybe it's because I'm still stressed. Maybe it's bad nutrition. I don't know. But, yeah, I just thought I'd wash it this time. And maybe if I wash it, then I'll feel better. So, you know what's nice about being in love? Normally, my girlfriend would wash my hair, but she turned out to be a psycho, so yeah. Funny how everything reminds me of her still, so wet my hair first. That's a good idea. because I haven't washed it in a while. But apparently, if you wash your hair, then you feel better. Kind of like washing your brain. Anyway, that's what all the websites tell me. You know, some people think that your hair has power, and that if you cut your hair or you mess it up somehow, you lose your powers. I don't think that's true, but if it is true, then maybe that's why this is supposed to work. It's not lathering up how I want it. It just feels like my hair is sucking up the whole product. Shampoo, like my hair's just falling out. It's ridiculous. And this should finally be enough. Maybe I need. My God. Look at that. My hair. Stress. Okay. Fine. We did it. Still feel the same though. So much hair is falling out. Yeah, look at this. Hang on. Look at this mess of hair. That's a lot of hair for me. Stress. Just keeps falling out. And my sleep has been weird as well. I mean, weirder than normal. I keep having these dreams that she's still there, but it's not like she's after me, and it's not like a nightmare. It's more like there's this like blue screen between me and her, and every time I see her, she's angry. That's for sure. She's banging on the screen trying to get to me, but I just feel calm. I feel normal. I feel okay. But then I wake up and I'm like, why am I still dreaming about this woman? It's so hard. But I mean, this can't be good. Because it's like I'm still anxious and stressed. And I hate it when it affects, me in real life like this. So anyway, I'm gonna put some stuff on here and hopefully it should help. I'm gonna put castor oil because apparently castor oil is the Lord's magical, I don't know, everyone swears by castor oil. The oil of castor, that should be enough. So just let me see if this will solve the issue, or else I'm really screwed. Because I mean, how are you supposed to get over something that's emotional just like that, even ever? Because you're always gonna be in love. You don't just fall out of love with someone, even if they hurt you. There's still emotions there. The same emotions that drew you together are the same emotions that are tearing my life apart, making my hair fall out. But hopefully this castor oil thing will work. Maybe it's because I eat too much sugar. But I mean, the sugar makes me feel good. And I'd rather have sugar than start drinking or something stupid. I mean, more and more hair everywhere. There's so much hair falling out, you would think I wouldn't even need to get a haircut or shave. I think that's fine. See how that goes. But I mean, look at all of this hair. My God, like... Hang on. And it's also on here. So much hair. More hair. I know it's gross, guys, but it's really freaking me out because, you know, once the hair starts falling out, that's like major stress indicators. So, yeah, hopefully this castor oil thing should help. But, I'm gonna leave it open for now. Hey, guys, let's go get something to drink. Should probably flush this. So before I started, I was actually writing some music, but that's not going very well. So I thought, hey, let me wash my hair because that's supposed to make you feel better. Yes, we are having sugar again because it makes me feel better. Oh, you'd be happy to know I finally got to cleaning up the kitchen since the last time we spoke. I'm trying to think if I want a big glass or a small glass. Let's do small, not too much sugar. I'm trying to be better. I'm trying. Do you ever get that frustrating feeling when you don't know? You kind of feel like superstitious and like everything starts to matter, like even the type of glass you drink out of means so much more than it should, because you feel like if I drink out of the wrong glass, I'm going to feel worse, and if I feel worse, then I'm not going to be able to complete whatever I wanted to do. So then you start like becoming superstitious in a way and looking, I'm like looking in the glass. I'm like, should I use this one? 1, 2, 3. All evil gone from me. That's what heartbreak will do to you guys. Because you don't know what happened. Like, why did she do what she did to me? Is it because I drank out of the wrong glass? Is it because I didn't say the right prayer, or I wasn't nice enough to people, or I was evil in a past life? Like, why? Why me? That's what I want to know. Whenever you're in love and you fall out of love, normally one person falls out of love and not the other one. There's always one who's always surprised that the love connection is no longer happening. Hey, Sid. Oh, hey, Art of Pain as well. Okay, Sid. I am gonna watch some TV while I try to write. Let's see what's on. But yeah, as I was saying, whenever you fall in love, one person is still in love. And so you can't like get over it because you don't even know what happened. I mean, you know what happened, but you don't know why. So I am kind of stuck because, what if it's because I just walk funny, or because I speak funny, or because I look funny? Like, what did it? Why was everything fine one day and then suddenly everything wasn't fine? What happened? I'll never know. I don't even want to know. I don't even think it's possible to know. And even if I could ask all those questions, I don't think it would matter. Because I've already lost everything I ever had. I thought I was going to marry this chick. I moved all my stuff in with her, and now it's all gone. All I left with was this phone that I am live streaming on. That's all I have. So, I think it's okay if I don't know what the heck I'm doing for a minute. But it's writer's block and it's hitting me. Let's make sure I can charge so I don't lose power. Oops. When some people break up, they like to get revenge. I've always been against that because I'm like, how can you get revenge on somebody that you love or loved? So that means you never really loved them, did you? But the way she treated me, I guess I got played. I thought she was in love, but I guess this whole time it was a fake. No one ever likes admitting to being played. Everyone wants to be strong, like, maybe that's why nobody ever wants to be a victim. Maybe that's why some people want to get revenge. Because it makes them feel less bad for what happened. This whole vertical format thing makes it impossible to mount your phone. But it's the only thing YouTube allows if you want to get the thing seen. And I think I want to get the stream seen because it will make me feel better. Apparently, if I talk about it, that's what everybody says. So I guess that's what we're doing. So, love. There's nothing like an ice cold Coca-Cola to take the pain away. I apologize for the horrible angle, but who cares? You probably want to know how I escaped. How did I know that she was trying to kill me? Well, I can't believe I'm going to talk about this, but here we go. Okay, so ever since I was a kid, I had encounters of the fourth kind. Now, there are different kinds of alien contact experiences that you can have. There's encounters of the first kind, the second kind, the third kind, the fourth kind, the fifth kind. So, excuse me. Encounters of the fourth kind is what I experienced as a kid. I used to get abducted. Every night, I would go to sleep and wake up on this white kind of space. It looked like an infinite space, but I could also see the walls. It's hard to explain, and it always felt like the walls were close, but they weren't. It was like just nowhere, in the middle of nowhere, but somewhere. And there were always these people there, these beings. And I could see their faces, but it was faces that I didn't know in real life. It was faces of things that I didn't even, excuse me. of things that, or people that I hadn't seen ever in real life. It wasn't like aliens with big heads and big black eyes. It wasn't um, reptiles or anything like that. It was just people who were really pretty. That's the one thing about them, but just different. I've never seen these faces before. And in this white space, it would transform to a beach. But it wasn't like a real beach. It's almost as if these beings were creating a construct for me to understand something. Okay. So they would create this beach, and then we would go into the beach or on the beach, through the beach. It's hard to explain, but we would go under the sea. And under the sea is where the alien base was. That's where the city was. But before we got to the city under the sea, there was another realm in the sea. And I'm explaining it like this because it wasn't the actual sea. It was a construct of a coastline, an ocean that they took me to from this white space, from the ship. Let's call it the ship. And so once we go into the water, that's its own city, it's its own place. And then under the water, that's where the alien base is, where everything went down, the fun part. And we would play, and they would tell me stuff, and I would like wake up and reenact it. And it was just like this really comforting thing to always have this place that I could go to whenever I go to sleep. I know I'm going to meet these people who take me to this wonderland under the ocean. And so that was like an abduction. But it wasn't how other people talk about it on TV. So I never really related to people who would talk about being taken by aliens and probed. Excuse me. Probed, experimented on. Some people would even say that they had some kind of chips inserted into them or tracking devices. And I always knew it was a lie. That someone was obviously paying these people to lie about aliens, because they didn't do that to me. They were the nicest people. When I told my dad about my dreams, first of all, he didn't dissuade me. He didn't act like I was crazy. So I don't know what he's hiding, but he just told me not to go with them. He said, don't go with them. And I was like, well, isn't this the part where you're supposed to tell me I'm insane? Why are you who are they? But they were so nice. And that's what I was explaining to him. I was like, these people are so nice. I just want to go with them forever. And so I don't understand where this whole probing thing comes from. But whoever's paying those people to lie, it's not like that. When I got abducted, I had fun. They taught me things. They took me on ships. They took me on missions. They took me to meet. They introduced me to people in the ocean. Like these people who live in the ocean, like this ocean that they construct in, I don't know. And you have to go through different gates in the ocean. Like there's gate one, gate two, like different gateways. And they would introduce me to like the owner of each gate, and we would pass. And sometimes you have to be quiet. Sometimes you have to give answer a riddle. Like these different things in different gates. And then eventually we'd come to this place under the sea, and it was beautiful, and we'd have fun. And so ever since I was a kid, I always felt like I had backup, that I had something to lean on. And maybe that's why I was so naive. And maybe that's why I moved halfway across the world for love. Maybe that's why I believed in something that was ultimately too good to be true. Because I always knew that I had my aliens with me to protect me. And they did. Because that's how I got out. After the fourth kind, so you have encounters of the fourth kind. And after that, they taught me how to contact them. That was part of my training as a kid. And when I would be awake, I would then start contacting them and they would come. And it wasn't a thing of me calling their names. I mean, I was between five. So it wasn't like I was calling anyone's name. It was a thing of emotion, of feeling. I would feel them, or I would feel like I wanted them here and they would appear. Or I would feel like they were around and then I would stop whatever I was doing and go to my room by myself and then they would appear. It's like as that connection kept getting stronger and stronger, I started to see them. And whenever I say I can see them, it's not like I'm seeing them like I'm seeing you, this 3D thing. It's almost as if I'm seeing an overlay over reality, kind of like an augmented reality app where you can move your phone and scan your room and you see a different dimension in your phone than what's in the actual room. That's how I see them. They're here right now. They're in the corners. And they look like this huge ball of cameras, this huge ball of camera lenses, like glued together, and it's floating. So it's just like a bubble almost, like a bubbly thing. And it's just watching. And that's the one thing that I remember the clearest. Being a kid in my room, looking at them, and they would always be like, "We're filming you, we're taping you." And I'm like, "Why?" And they're like, "Because when you die, you get a tape of your life played back to you. And God's going to be there and He's going to play your life back. And you're allowed to ask Him any questions. And He's going to ask you some questions." This is what they told me. And I was like, "What kind of questions?" And it's like, when you move on to the next realm, there are going to be things that you were supposed to do in this life that you wouldn't have done. There were things that you were supposed to do that you did do. And that tape of your life is going to be played back to you. And you have to answer for the things you didn't do that you were supposed to do. And you have to answer for the things that you did do. Well, get congratulated for it. I mean, you're going to get like I don't know, a promotion. And so I was always aware that they're always watching. And so whenever I interact with people, I make sure that I'm being honest and true because they're watching. I cannot lie because they would know and they're going to play back the tape and then I'm going to look like an idiot in front of God. So I just can't believe that someone would do what she did to me. Because I'm like, they were watching, right? She lured me in, drugged me, and then tried to kill me. And I'm like, girl, they're watching, right? Of all the people to do it to, you did it to me, the one that angels or aliens, whatever you want to call it, are watching. So now the whole heaven, the whole galactic federation of worlds knows what you did. And if they know what you did, then the whole collective knows what you did because they can all see it in their dreams. If you're watching this right now, It's not because you just happened on this by accident. It's because you were guided here from your subconscious mind, which travels to the same place I traveled to in my dreams. And so now you know in the 3D realm what happened to me on the 3D realm, but you already knew it in the 5D when you go to sleep. And so it just it makes me feel like maybe this happened to me. Maybe I was never in love. Maybe it was all just some kind of universal bait. Maybe I was some kind of universal bait used to lure and trap my ex-girlfriend. Maybe she's just evil. And maybe the alien said, let's use Phum to go and trap her because we can have evidence on our alien cameras. So we can unleash the karmic justice on her. I don't know. But the way that I got saved can only be described as alien. There was absolutely no way I could have escaped what I escaped, and I did. And it was because of them. And I'm grateful for that, but at the same time, why me? Why do I have to be bait for evil? Why can't other people do it? Why can't WWE Roman Reigns do it? Why can't John Cena do it? Why can't Dwayne Johnson? I don't want to do it. I want to mind my business and write songs. And, well, I actually want to teach English, but I can't do that anymore. This is good. Mm. There's nothing like a fizzy, cold Coca-Cola on a hot day. So I know I'm supposed to be grateful, but I don't feel totally grateful. I feel like I feel like a cosmic spy who's not allowed to be human. All I do is go around being naive, falling in love, and then being betrayed. But that's not fair because normally I can see it coming. Normally but then in a sense I did kind of see this coming because there were so many red flags. I just didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to I didn't want to believe that someone that I picked to fall in love with could be so evil. Because then what does that say about me? Does that mean that I am reflecting evil out into the world and that's how she was able to find me? Or does it mean that I am so innocent that evil just wants to destroy me? either way, it's not good. Because if it is that I'm reflecting a evil part of myself that I'm not aware of, then how do I know that the next person I meet isn't secretly evil either? And if it is that I am just too innocent and naive and evil wants to take me out, then how do I know the next person I meet isn't evil and trying to take me out? So then I should just stay in here and never go outside, right? But then the evil wins because my destiny is not to stay inside. Otherwise, why would I have been born? So what do you do? The aliens are telling me, no, you're fine. Everything's fine. They love that. Everything's fine. It's just one incident. It doesn't mean anything. Don't attach meaning, he says. Don't attach meaning. Let me write down what he's saying. He says, don't attach meaning to specific events that happen for specific reasons that you may or may not ever know about. And I find that hard to accept. Don't attach meaning to specific events that happen for specific reasons that you may or may not ever know about. Just take it as it happened, you survived. Next. That's what the aliens are saying. And it sounds good. I mean, it feels good when I say it. But for some reason I don't want to believe it. I don't know why. I think it's because I don't want to feel like an idiot. I don't want to feel like I'm caught unaware with my pants down in such a precarious situation that I almost lost my life. I want to feel empowered. I want to feel like I know what's happening. And whenever I meet people now, in the back of my head, I'm thinking, are they trying to kill me? What do you want from me? What are you? Are you even human? And it just gets in the way of a genuine connection. So why bother? So I'm going to stay inside the house, I thought. And for 3 months, I did stay inside the house. I have been staying inside the house. But I can't live like this because then what's the difference between being here and not being here if I'm just going to hide? I mean, I could always just escape to the fifth dimension. I could always be in like a different state of mind. Maybe I should go get some wine. Some white wine. Then I can just be one of those people. Always high or drunk. But not in a sloppy drunk way, just in a tipsy way. Drunk enough that I can actually go outside and not be terrified every time somebody comes up to me. I mean, I do go to the grocery store and somebody came up to me and said hi, a neighbor that I hadn't seen in a long time, and I kind of freaked out on him because I was listening to music to block out the world, and he just like rushed up waving, and I was like, get away. And then I felt so bad when he kind of got shocked at my reaction. And I was like, no, no, I didn't mean it like that. But so then I'm like, okay, so now he's probably going to go and tell everybody that I'm mean and that I'm insane. So it's like, what's the point? And what am I going to say? Oh, sorry for my reaction, but my ex-girlfriend tried to kill me. And so I'm a little bit scared whenever random strange, well, not random, but when people come up to me on the street. You can't not say that. So so growing up, I learned how to make contact after a while, and I would have these conversations with them. I would um, I would ask them a lot about where they come from. Excuse me. Oh, and it's it's Coca-Cola, guys. I'd ask them a lot about where they come from, and they would tell me, you know, fire. A lot of people on Earth think that fire is something like terrible. I never understood that, and it's hard for me to talk about it because I've been in contact with these people since I was literally a kid. Like when I was born, my mother had visions of them in the hospital. So it's hard for me to it's always been hard for me to relate with how humans see things because I've always had them showing me the real reality. Like the fire thing. Why do people think they're gonna burn in hell? That's like the dumbest thing we've ever heard. It's just so illogical. It's beyond belief. And I used to talk to them about it. When I was older, there was a point where I was like, why did you even bring me here? Did you bring me? Like, why did I even have to come here? If I'm going to be surrounded by people who think that they're going to end up burning at the end of their lives. Do you know how weird it is to live on a planet full of people who think that every single moment is set up for their destruction? And that's one of the reasons why I fell in love with my ex, because she wasn't like that. She was like me, like positive and happy and always saw the best in every situation. There was never like a an impossibility with her. There was no like, oh no, we can't do that. It was always like, yeah, this it's gonna be hard, but this is how. This is a solution. And I was like, I finally met someone who isn't limited by what they've been taught by other humans who know nothing. And it turned out to be a lie. I mean, in her case. And then it makes me feel like, well, then does anybody else know? Does anybody else get it?
And then again, I'm like, well, I'm just going to stay inside the house. I'm not going to go anywhere. Because what's the point then? If I'm living in one reality and everyone else is in another reality, then what kind of a synergy are we going to have? There's no meeting of the minds. And then the aliens say, well, that's not your job. Your job is to go and expose evil people. And I'm like, well, why? Why don't you do it? And they're like, well, because you are the 3D representation of us. And I'm like, but I didn't sign up for that. And then they remind me of that maybe I did sign up for it. And there was this dream I had. And after I had this dream, I stopped complaining a lot. Because after I had this dream, I felt guilty a little bit. So, like I said, I was taken at first, and then they taught me how to contact them. So, when I was older, like 16, 15, 16, I contacted them, and I was having a hard time in high school, being bullied a lot and all of that stuff. And I asked them, like, why did you bring me here? What's the point? I was 15. And I had this dream where I was in this hallway, in this limitless, infinite white space. And like I said earlier, it's like you can see the walls, but there are no walls. It's like just open space. But we are standing in this corridor, this hallway, white light everywhere. And there's men on one side, women on the other side. And it goes like one to one, one, like together. You're matched. It's like a match made in heaven. And we're all wearing these white robes and we have golden cuffs. And hey, Art of Pain, welcome. Hi. So we have these cuffs on our hands, these golden cuffs on our arms, wrists, whatever. And we are matched together. And at the end of the hallway, if you go left, there's this dark room type of vibe. It's got red light emanating from it, but not like an evil red light, just like a red light. It's more like a door. I don't know, but it's like this dark room. I call it the dark space. Then if you go to the right, it's the white room. So in this dream, I'm standing in this hallway corridor, and it's over and over again, over and over again. I keep going to the right. It's like my soulmate and I, we both have to decide where we want to go, but you go together, you go as a pair. So we go to the right over and over again, like many lifetimes, I guess. That's what that represented. And in the white room, your only job is one thing. First of all, in the white room, it's beautiful. It's like a spa. There's pools, there's these huge pillars, and you can see out into space. It's the most calm, beautiful place. And I remember in the dream feeling bored after like the 100th time of going into this room. And the main thing you do in the room is you soulmate. You make souls, you and your soulmate. Um, and there's like it's open, so it's like Eden, the Garden of Eden. Like everyone's in there. There's no like privacy shield or anything. It's just like happening. It's going down, and that's what we did for many lifetimes. And then I started getting bored, and every time we would reset and go to the back of the line and then walk up, and then we have to choose, are we going to go to the left or are we going to go to the right? So this one time she goes to the right. I didn't tell her. And then I sneak out. I go with her to the right and I sneak out because I'm so curious. Oh, it's my fault, isn't it? I was so curious that I had to go to the left, and I went by myself because I felt like I don't want her to be subjected to whatever's in there, because I would feel like it's my fault for dragging her to the left. So I take her to, well, we go to the right, and then I escape when they're not looking to the left. And that was the biggest mistake I ever made. I should not have done that. Because when I got into the left, and this is all happening in the dream, but it felt so real. And when I got to the left, it was bad. Everyone in there was wearing like leather. Everyone had these piercings, but not like beautiful piercings, like, oh, that's no, it was like infected. It was dripping. It was not even Ripley's Believe It or Not would have these people on there. Like it was, and they also had these implants, and it was just like a bad version of goth grunge. I don't know, that thing. And they're all in black leather, and it's almost like you are a slave in that dimension. It's like you have to do whatever they tell you. It works by rank. Whereas in the white room, everything, like I said, it's free. There's no privacy filters. It's like no one has anything to hide because everyone's innocent. But in this dark room, everything had like a ranking. And as soon as I got into that place, I had no ranking. So they told me, like, I'm not going to say what they told me to do. Art of Pain says no mistakes, everything for a reason. I don't know. I don't know about that. Um, because they basically told me to get down on my knees, and I put a picture of this up online somewhere, and they told me to get down and like basically worship them. And they were like, "What if you do this?" Okay, they're telling me to tell you the details. So in this dark place, this dark realm room, um, I'll get to that now, Sid. In this dark place, this dark room, you are assigned to one of these dark beings. And you are then this dark being's slave. Let's put it that way. You have to do whatever it says in order to survive. And what it wants is for you to give it pleasure. It wants you to put aside. In the white room, we give each other pleasure. We help. It's innocent. We work together. We're equals. In the dark room, it's the same concept, but it's a step down. You are there for them, and you do whatever they tell you. And so that's what happened. They made me kneel down, and they asked me to worship him, it, with all the piercings. And I said no. Sid says, you know who? Who? Who do you think? I told you if you're here, it's because you probably know. And I said, no, I'm not going to do it. And as soon as I said no, this huge portal opened in the middle of this alleyway. We were in a room that looked like an alleyway. It was like a warehouse alleyway because it was like bricks everywhere, completely abandoned, but it was also like not. So anyway, this portal opens up in the wall, and I jump out. And everyone in there looked at me and the portal as if that should not happen. That is not supposed to happen. That never is allowed to happen. Sid says it's Lucifer. And I jump out the portal, and all of a sudden I'm on top of a mountain. But on this mountain, there are all these old humans. Now I'm in like this, and now I'm on Earth. because it's green, it's a mountain, and there are humans, but they're old. 70, 80, 90, really old humans, and they're all coming up the mountain. And I'm jumping from this one dimension going down the mountain. So I start running, and I'm running past all of these old people coming up past me. So I'm guessing that's where you go when we die. You go up a mountain to heaven. I don't know, but I came out there onto earth. And then I start running down the mountain, but the people wearing the black clothes jumped out of the portal to chase me, to bring me back. And so I'm running, running, running. Sid says it's Lucifer and his children. Well, yeah. Um, so I'm running, 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 and then I get to this parking lot in the middle of nowhere, and the parking lot has a mall. And I'm running, 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 running for my life, and I get to the door of the mall. And through the door, I can see someone in the mall on the escalators. I left my soulmate in that white room. I don't know where she is. I don't know what she's thinking. I don't know if she's like, where the heck did I go? I have no idea what happened to her. But now I've not only gone to the dark room, now I'm in a whole other place. So I look through the glass windows of the mall and I see someone on the escalators and I recognize this person. And he's wearing black as well, but he's in the mall. He's not like the others. He's different. Like he doesn't want to kill me. He doesn't want to take me back. And as soon as the doors of the mall open, I walk inside, and as soon as I'm in the mall, the people chasing me stop. And it's not just like they stop, they literally like, oh, damn. And I remember one of them literally going like, oh, like they can't get inside the mall. Like, I don't know what that means. But it's almost as if the mall is a den. You know, when we were kids and we would play like stuck in the mud, or open gates. I don't know if you guys had open gates. Sid says the white room was the angels of God. And it says, I was saved by God. Well, Sid, if I was saved by God, why couldn't I just go back to where I came from? Why did I have to come here? This place is absolutely shit. Sorry to say it, but it's not, it's probably, I feel like I feel like this place is an extension of hell. But anyway, because why did the portal open and bring me here? And why was the man on the escalator wearing black? Even though he wasn't trying to kill me, I prefer the white room over this. Sid says to finish my purpose and that you have the same feeling. Well, you get what I mean, Sid. There's something weird about this planet, this thing. There's something that doesn't make sense. Everybody knows it's wrong, but everybody still goes along with it. It's almost that same feeling I had in that dark room where they make you bow down to stuff, but I said no. So I'm like, well, then why doesn't everybody else say no here? But it's like, because maybe this isn't my like place. Like, I'm not supposed to like tell people what to do here because it's not my place. But anyway, that's not, I don't know. But I get into this mall and I see this guy wearing black, but he's not trying to kill me. In fact, as soon as they stop chasing me, him and I are like best buddies now. And then everyone in the mall is looking at us, but not in a bad way, just in like a, oh my gosh, who are they? How did they survive? But I didn't care because it felt safe. So I don't know if it's there's a group of people who all survived and now we are here on earth and we have to stick together until we get back, or if this new realm is not part of any of those other ones. It's completely like divorced from those realities, and this is a completely different dimension, and all the sins of the past are gone, and you can have a brand new start. And when I woke up, I remember feeling like it's my fault. I shouldn't have left. I brought this on myself. The reason why everybody hates me and is bullying me, because remember I'm 15 at this time, is because I didn't follow protocol. I just left without telling my soulmate I'm leaving. And then I was like, why wouldn't I tell her? Why would I just want to go on my own? And it's because I wanted to protect her. I didn't know what was in there. I never went in there before. And what if I made a mistake? Then I didn't feel good bringing her into it. So I just left. But now I'm like, it would be so much better if I did take her because now she would be here and then I wouldn't have to deal with all of this crap. And how do I get back? I can't get back. So I have to wait it out, or I have to now go and expose demons or whatever to pay back my, I don't know, disobedience from the mission. And then I feel bad for feeling bad because I'm not, I don't have a right to feel bad. I don't have a right to complain that I almost got unalived because I didn't. And that's what they are saying. They're saying, well, you didn't. So why are you complaining? You're still alive. So you win. And I'm like, yeah, but humans have memories. Humans have brains that hang on to stuff. And I'm still hanging on to what happened to me, even though, yes, I escaped in the most miraculous way. So even that means I can't be upset because no one else gets to escape like that. I just don't know what. It's like winning the lotto when you didn't want to win the lotto. Sid says the mission is set by God, and Sid says you rejected them and they are angry. But there are so many other people to go after. Can't they leave me alone? And I escaped, so then who is that person in the mall? That's what I want to know. Who is that in the mall? Because I've never met anyone in 3D that matches that. So then after that, I just brushed it off. I mean, in the beginning, I was like, okay, it's my fault. But as I grew into my 20s, I was like, well, I'm not beholden to some dream. For all I know, I could have just like, it's just a dream. It's just a nightmare. So, but now after all of this that's happened, it's like it wasn't just a dream because it's all so consistent. It's more consistent than any Marvel Universe or Star Wars episode. And it's like someone's behind it, someone who has control over all dimensions because they know what happened there in the soul realm, and they also know what's happening now in order to be able to get me out of harm's way, like they did. Sid says, I will tell you how to stop them. The Quran has the answers. No more bothering you in your sleep. And the Art of Pain says they only go after the people that threaten them. But that's not fair. Because I didn't, I mean, I guess I did sign up for it, but I didn't, I don't think it's right. I don't think I should have to just suck it up and deal with it. I think, okay, so this is what I think. I think with all the technology I've seen them use, you guys, you can make all of this stop. And that's why I am kind of, I don't know, sometimes I feel like I threaten them where I go, okay, well, if you don't like make all of this stuff stop, then I'm not going to talk to anyone ever again, and you'll never be able to send me on any missions or whatever. I'm just going to stay inside the house and I'm not going to go anywhere. Because sometimes when I do that, they tend to like do stuff um, to like make it better. I know it sounds weird, like I'm threatening aliens. Like this, when I met this psycho, I call her the psycho. It was the same thing, kind of, because I was like, okay, I've been working for you guys, following my intuition and, you know, living out my destiny, but I want to fall in love now. So, help me. And yeah, they did. They helped me fall in love, all right, but with someone who ended up being a wanted criminal. Do you know? I mean, it was a dream job. It was a dream job. And I thought I'd finally made them proud, or I'd finally, like, I don't know, achieved the next level of getting what I wanted. Because I was an English teacher, and I fell in love with the psycho, and everything fell into place. She happened to be a CEO of this old age retirement home in Asia, in Manila, Philippines. And the staff who worked there were Filipino. And she was like, okay, we met online, blah, blah, blah. Um, but everything was going well. And she was like, well, my boss is a billionaire and he wants to teach the staff, the Filipinos, English so that they can communicate with the retirees who move there from Europe and America and whatever to live out the rest of their days on this beautiful island. Well, not island, but it's like, I don't know, I call it an island. It was on the swamp and the ocean's right there, but it's so secluded. I call it the island. There are islands in the Philippines and stuff, but it wasn't on. It was on the mainland, but it felt like an island, and it was a swamp, okay, next to the ocean. But anyway, I was like, oh my God, this has to be them because it's all matching. I'm in love, and I get to go to Asia, and I get to live and work with my girlfriend. And I'm doing something that I love, teaching English, and I'm not teaching kids. I mean, kids are great, but it's harder to teach kids because their parents force them to be there, so they don't really want to concentrate, and it takes a lot more work. But with adults, they want to be there because it's their job, they listen, they're attentive. I was like, this is gonna be easy. And I went. And everything was quick, it was smooth, it was easy. Like 1 minute I'm talking to her, I'm swiping right, and then the next minute I'm on a plane paid for by the company to go be with the love of my life, or so I thought. And it was amazing. I get there, I already have my own scooter, my own little Vespa with my name on it. I had a place to live. I didn't even have to pay because, it was the first time going out of the country, and it was the first time meeting my ex. So she was able to get me like a room, like was more than a room, but it was like a chalet. So there were different units, but each of them had their own kitchen. You had your own bathroom, your own bedroom, your own TV, everything paid for by the company. And then after a while, we lived together. But it was just like it was everything I always wanted, which was no pressure. Because the one thing I didn't like before all of this, the reason why I was complaining in the first place is because I kept meeting people who just wanted to date me because that's what society said, if that makes sense. It was kind of like a thing. Like whenever I'd meet a woman in real life, she would look at my shoes and then my belt. That was so annoying. It put me off dating in real life, and that's why I even downloaded Tinder in the first place. Because it's almost as if you don't have the right shoes or the right belt, then you are worthless. I don't know if this is a South African thing, but women, or maybe it's just an East Coast South African thing. Oh, Sid, Sid's making me laugh. Wait, let me read all of this. I'm sorry, I've missed a few. Art of Pain says they only go after. Okay, Sid says they have spaceships, bro. I've seen it. Yeah, I know. You've probably been on them as well. The Art of Pain says, with what and who are you thinking from? Uh, just explain that to me again, Art of Pain. With what and who are you thinking from? So when I say them, I'm talking about the aliens, and I described them earlier as looking like these kind of camera lenses. They look like eyes, basically, and there's like hundreds and hundreds of them in one, just eyes. Or they look like lenses to me, shiny. I can see them right now. They're always in the corners, looking down. And they talk telepathically, so it's like I can hear them. They're watching, they're listening right now. And this is, after how they taught me how to contact them, because at first it was just in my dreams, and then I went to this like training academy in my dreams, and when I came up or out, I was able to kind of connect my dreams to the 3D, and now they're here. And Sid says you can get everything you want from God. Their promise is false and full of pain. And then Sid says that's why I wear ugly shoes. Let them judge. Sid says they jinns. Um, I don't know. The people in the dark room, probably, but these guys have helped me and protected me and told me stuff. They are the reason I escaped, actually. Um, so yeah, what was I saying? I'm sorry. Yes, the shoes. Okay, wait. The Art of Pain says no. When you talk about your thoughts, from where are your thoughts? My thoughts. Where are my thoughts? Which thoughts? You mean like what do you mean? So what your thoughts? That's a good question. I mean, I guess they're here. I'm thinking from here, trying to figure out why am I here? Because if it is just for that reason, to just keep having to run from these people, or not even run, like being put in situations where I have to like defeat the evil thing, it's like I didn't sign up for that, but at the same time I feel like I have to do it because they saved me. So I have to, like, pay back the favor. Not even pay back, it's not that I get the importance of it, because after I left, we found out that my ex was a psycho for real, and that I wasn't the first person that she'd done this to, and that I was the only person who escaped. And that was beside the money that she was stealing from the old people. So if it wasn't for what happened to me, no one would have known. She would have kept doing it. And so that makes me feel like, okay, cool, but I don't care because it's not my problem. Like, why me? Why not someone who does this for a living? Why don't they go abduct a soldier? Why don't they go abduct someone in the Marines or someone who is trained? Why don't they abduct WWE, like I said, because they can be strong, and I don't want to. I'm glad for those people who found out their money was being stolen, but what do I get out of it? The pleasure of being tortured and emotionally toyed with. Even if I got an award, it wouldn't fulfill, or it wouldn't like make me happy. It wouldn't give me any satisfaction because the process of getting there is what I'm not happy with. I'm not happy that I have to be bait. Art of Pain says, in general, where do your thoughts come from? Perspective. In general, I'd say my thoughts come from, they come from me. I feel like I have a very strong sense of me and my what I want and my feelings and my desires, and I think those anchor me in me. And then when stuff like this happens that contradicts what I want, it feels like a personal attack. And then they always help me out of it, always, without fail. I can't even fault them on that because they get me out. But then my thing is, why put me in to begin with? Why, if you can see it's going to happen, why not just prevent it from happening? Why make it play out? Why does it have to play out? That's what I'm not happy with. And Sid says, maybe the woman made black magic against you. Yes. Well done, Sid. Sid knows what time it is. And Sid says, I will see you soon. Stay strong. I appreciate you, Sid. But yes, that is true. Because we found out that they were not only microdosing me to keep me compliant. And when I say they, it's because this was a very well run operation until I got into the picture, which included who I called the killer chefs. Because, yeah, I was told, oh no, honey, you don't have to worry about cooking, you don't have to worry about food. We have a world-class chef working on the property, so he'll just cook everything for you. You can just place an order, say what you want, and he'll cook it for you so we can have more time to be together and to really enjoy the time we have. And I believed it, and so I didn't have to do anything except eat. But little did I know that there was black magic in the food. And drugs. So I was microdosed, I was lied to, and I was black magicked. And I still survived. Do you see what I mean when I say I am super, super grateful? But at the same time, if aliens can see the future, if you guys can see the future, then why don't you just stop the bad stuff before it happens? You know what they just said? So I said, let me write that down. Why don't you stop the bad stuff? before it happens. And they said, because we need to catch the bad stuff on film so that we can use it in the heavenly courts. So basically, they need the bad stuff to happen so they can tape it, and they need it to happen to me because apparently they follow me now, and they can tape it and then send it back to the heavenly courts and say, okay, oh, okay. So basically, it's karma. That's what they're saying. they said, they said, they said, Phum, you, Pumlani Zulu, you are walking karmic justice. So apparently, I'm karma. If you, they literally like, if you had to imagine karma, this is karma. They always make me laugh. I have to give them that. They're reminding me of the story of Pandora's box, how Pandora was given this box and then she opened it and all the world's ills flew out. But then there was still hope or something. And they're like, yeah, you're like Pandora except for karma. You, because you refused, this is them. So if I say you, I mean me, but I also mean you watching because they're efficient. They like to coordinate. So if you're watching, I'm also talking to you, but it's also me. Okay, so they're saying you are being followed by us because we know we can trust you. You said no to the dark room people. And so whatever happens to you, we can use that against the people who do it to you to give them karma and balance the scales. And it's normally people who have been doing it to other people over and over again and getting away with it that we send you to catch them. So basically, I'm the Jason Bourne, or you're the Jason Bourne. Wait, did he catch people? No, he was just a mind slave. We're Ethan Hunt. We are the Ethan Hunts of 3D. That's not good. I don't want to be Ethan Hunt. That's Tom Cruise's job. That's Maverick. I don't want to be Maverick. I think I need a Coca-Cola because this is too much. Come, let's go take a sponsor. Let's go take a message from our sponsors at Coca-Cola. I mean, it's low key. When you think of it that way, though, it makes it kind of fun. I mean, it's definitely not as depressing as thinking of it as some kind of burden that you have to fulfill every single time you think something good is about to happen. Then you're like, oh no, the shoe's gonna drop soon. What is it? And then you can't enjoy anything. It makes it feel a lot more exciting every time you're about to jump into something new. But maybe I don't want to be excited anymore. Maybe I just want to have a nice, quiet life, move to a farm somewhere and have 6 babies. And then they can go out and catch bad guys. The Art of Pain says soda. I remember those. Art of Pain, aren't you drinking soda anymore? Well, good, because it's a lot of sugar, but I mean, why aren't you drinking it? It definitely helps make the pain go away. I think another thing that makes it feel bad, Tom Cruise or Ethan Hunt in those movies, he's never in love. I mean, he's in love with that woman, but they never have a chance to be together because either she's being kidnapped by the bad guy and he has to save her, and then what is it? I think it was Mission Impossible 3. She got kidnapped or something, or someone was threatening her, and then he still proposed at some point. I think they got married, but she's always in danger. So the best thing for him to do is to not be with her. But then that's not fair. He's Tom Cruise. Are you telling me the number one like spy, Mission Impossible, he can't be happy? He can jump out of planes, he can jump across buildings, he can hold his breath for 15 minutes, but he can't keep a relationship together? What is that? That's not cool. He can do that, but I don't want to do that. So I'm not leaving the house. I'm going to stay in here forever, or until it makes sense, or until this, I don't know, the mothership comes back. And then I don't have to do the stuff. Maybe the mothership can come back and just zap everyone. I don't know. Let's not speculate. Just know the mothership does come back and zap everyone, and then they're gonna say it's my fault. The Art of Pain says you only drink water, water only. I don't know if I'll ever be able to get to that to that level. That's another level. You're on another level. Um, Only water has no taste. Like special water, like sparkling water or flavored water or just raw water. Um, Even spring water doesn't have a taste. I'm sorry, Art of Pain. And Art of Pain says heavy as the crown, yes. And the Art of Pain says that's where I've been at. So regular water, you say. How do you get pleasure out of regular water? Or are you just drinking it to survive? You've let go of the feeling of I don't know, getting pleasure from food. I think I think for me food is the number one pleasure that doesn't disappoint, because food that I made, because now I'm even scared to go eat food made by my friends because I'm just suspicious. You know, they used to be like, when I was in Asia, they used to tell me, "Oh, what do you want to eat? We can make anything. Just find recipes online, and if you like them, we'll buy the ingredients." I mean, these were billionaires. Okay, they would fly in ingredients because, like I said, we lived in a swamp. So they would fly in ingredients from around Asia, fruits would be flown in for these retired old folks. And then obviously we could eat the leftover fruits. And these are like amazing. The fruits that they export to sell in supermarkets, that's the fruit that we're getting for these retirees. So you can imagine why she was able to skim my money off the top. Because I mean, who's going to be checking if where you're getting the fruit? I don't know. It was just really, and the whole time I knew in my heart it was too good to be true. But for some reason, I, I, I just believed. You know what's weird? Before I left, I had a dream, and I've never really talked about this because then again I would be the one to blame for not listening. But it wasn't like I this is what happened. So I got I swiped right. We talked, you know, the usual thing online. You do video calls, blah blah blah. And it turned out we were a match. Not because she was really in love with me, but because she did a background check on me and found out how I was, found out what I liked and what I thought. I mean, she went into my social media and quoted stuff that I'd written back to me in her own words. So of course I was gonna fall in love. And so before I left, I had a dream. Have you guys? Oh, have you guys ever seen? Have you guys ever seen that movie? What's her name? Bridget Fonda. Yes. She lives in a house or in an apartment, and then she gets a roommate, and the roommate starts copying her and wants to be her. Old movie. Um single single white female. Yes. Was it that? Okay, don't quote me on that. But in like the 90s, they had all of these weird movies like the one with Glenn Close and she's boiling bunnies. And then they had this one with Bridget Fonda and her roommate trying to steal her identity. Then they had another one with this girl who lives in an apartment, and then there's a man who's living in the walls. Like, I don't know, but in the 90s, they had all these freaky things. And I had a dream like this before I left, but after we had met and hit it off. And I remember I woke up from the dream and I was like, I bet this is fake and I'm probably going over there to expose her for something. And I laughed. It was like screams. Yes. And I laughed. And then afterwards, when everything came to light, like 3 months after I had escaped, and I actually bothered to do a proper Google search on her, that dream came back to me, and I was like, oh, I can't even be angry because I was told this was going to happen. But then all I had left was, okay, but is this going to happen my whole life? Every time I I meet someone and I think it's going well, that's just a preamble for me finding out something shady about them so that I can go tell everybody. So what? How am I gonna have kids then? If I'm just, oh, maybe I'm not supposed to because I'm not supposed to be here. Maybe I'm not supposed to create karma here. The Art of Pain says, my son is here. I'll be right back. He's 20. Haven't seen him in a while. Yes, it's okay. Art of Pain, please. This will be up on the playback. But and say hi to your son for me. Um, but I want a son as well. You know what I mean? But apparently, speaking of children, that might not happen because I'm never leaving the house. So unless I become a single parent, that could work. She told me she couldn't have kids. So I was like, okay, well, we can adopt. But now I don't know if that was a lie or if that was true or if that was just, I don't know. You know what I do think though? There was this other guy who worked in the maintenance department team, whatever. I think they might have been in love. I think they were probably. I know they were in on it together, but if they were in love as well, then that's sick because then he was watching me be with his girlfriend, his real girlfriend, I guess, while she was faking being in love with me so they could kill me for insurance money. Do they love money that much? See, that's the part where I'm like, no, who would do that as the guy? Who would watch their own girlfriend be with another guy just for money? But they did have a weird relationship. To me, he was like a gigolo. I called him the gigolo because he was an ex-model, but he was all the way out in Asia fixing swimming pools. That doesn't make sense. But I was like, well, maybe the modeling industry is not as fulfilling with everything we've heard in the media. Maybe he just wanted to help old people. Or maybe I was just being naive. Maybe he just wanted to be rich. And when you think about it, it's a good plan. They're in the middle of nowhere in Asia, 3 hours from the closest airport. So even if you do escape, you still have to get to the airport, and all they give you is a Vespa. So how the heck are you going to drive to the airport? I didn't know the language. So how am I even going to begin to tell someone, hi, help me, let me get out of here? And that's why if it wasn't for them, I would not be here. I would be in the swamp. When I told my dad, he said, again, he never disagreed with me. He never asked me, what do you mean? He just knew. He was like, you are so lucky you got out because they would have dissolved you in acid and we would have never have known where you went and what happened to you. We wouldn't have had a body to bury, is what he said. And so I can't really be mad. I cannot be mad. I can't be mad. I can't be mad that they got me out because I would have been gone. And if I was gone, then I wouldn't even be able to be here to tell you this. And I also feel like, how come I got to survive and other people didn't? What's so amazing that I get to to tell the story, and other people, their families will never know what happened to them. And then I'm here complaining. But I'm also scared because I don't know what's gonna happen next. I don't know what am I what if I just got lucky this time and next time I don't get out, you know? It's just that's why I'm just gonna stay here. I'm not gonna leave the house ever again. I'm gonna go to the shop. I'm gonna buy lots of sugary food. I'm never gonna go anywhere. There's so many people. And I was so naive because it wasn't just me who worked there um, from another country. There were other people as well, like the people, the nurses, the caretakers, the people who were who were like talking to the old people. Yes, I was there to teach like the maintenance people, the workers, so that the owners can talk to the workers. But then there were like the service workers who would serve the old people and whatever. They were from other countries like England and other English speaking countries, and they would all, not all, but some of them would disappear. I would go off and then come back, and then they would say, "Oh, so and so had a psychotic break and had to go back home." And I would never see these people again. At one point, I called someone who worked with me, and my girlfriend answered the phone. My ex girlfriend answered the phone. And she was like, "Oh no, it's a company phone. That's why I have the phone." And it made sense at the time why she would have the phone. But I didn't know that I was talking to the killer right there. I don't think I don't think there's any there's I don't why did I escape is what I'm saying. I don't think there's any personally I don't see why I would get out and not someone else. And it's beyond the point of luck because this is not the first time I've I've gotten out of really weird situations. And it's just the first time that the situation was so evil, not even diabolical, like things you would never imagine people doing it. Do you know that I found out that the reason that they do all of this is because the billionaire, he apparently made a deal with demons. Yes, it's Satanism apparently. And what they were doing was something I found out is called SRA, or satanic ritual abuse. So they had to get me in that state of first bringing me in and kind of being super nice, and then playing mind games with me to make me feel weird because apparently it releases some hormone and they need the hormone. They get the the apparently they were trying apparently they were trying I don't even want to say this because if I say it, then someone's gonna say, "Oh, I'm gonna go do that." And so it might just be making it worse. Because I didn't even know this was a thing. So if someone's watching this and they think this is a thing, then they might go and do that. You know what I mean? That's why I never understood why people always give these warnings and tutorials at the same time. Like you'll see people saying, "Oh, no, 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 don't do this. Don't get involved with this," because you know what they do? They take a red candle and this candle and they put it together and they mix these oils and they put it on this and I'm like, guys, you are giving the recipe for the bad stuff. Just don't do it. But I'm gonna tell you, but I'm not gonna tell you. Okay, so this is how it generally works. So after I left, I found out that the billionaire who owns this old age retirement home, he's not from the Philippines. He's from another country. And the way he made his money is through Satanism. Let's just put it like that. And he made his money by using people. Let's put it that way. So how this whole scam would work. The CEO, my ex-girlfriend, the psycho, would hire people, lure people, bring people that according to their almanac or their whatever that they listen to, their voices, would tell them that they need a particular type of person on this particular day so they can sacrifice them for more money. So that was the CEO's job to find the people. And she found them. And I was one of them. And then what would happen is there's levels to this. The billionaire level, the CEO level, and the student level, the people I was teaching. On the billionaire level, he needs bodies to sacrifice to his demons to make money, to keep being rich. She works for him and she's taking all the risk because all the paperwork is linked to her. So she takes out insurance on the people she hires so that when they get taken to the billionaire for the ceremony ritual, she gets to claim millions on each person. But in order for it to work, she needs the staff who works there to be in on it. So then she gives them a cut. Not only a cut, some of them also take out insurance policies on the employees that she gets for him. And so everyone is invested in making you disappear. After they fluff you, of course. Oh no, they fluff you, and then they you. And so nobody had a chance of escaping because she's super nice and gets you the job. He's super nice because he needs your hormones for his ritual. And these people that you're supposed to be helping learn English, they are also super nice, pretending to be good, dedicated students because they need you there so they can get paid too. And it was so weird because it was so busy. There was always activity, 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 but it wasn't doing anything. It was never going anywhere. On one day, they would be tiling the floors. Then next week, they have to take out the tiles. Then they have to put the tiles back. oh no, we have to take them out again because they didn't put the right color grout. And the billionaire needs the right color grout or else. So then they take it. Always doing activity. And at the time, I was in such a different state of mind. It just seemed really busy and like things were getting done. But in retrospect, nothing was happening. It was all just work for the sake of making me think things were happening. It's like being on a movie set, except you're the only person who doesn't know it's a movie. And everyone is acting except you. And I felt so stupid when I got back because it was so obvious. Nothing was happening. It's in the middle of nowhere. Why is there construction happening every single day? And useless construction that is not necessary. And also some of the things they would say, like, oh yeah, we're going to be renovating this, but don't worry about it. You'll find somewhere to go and have your lessons. Because it's like they knew I wasn't supposed to be there at that time because they were going to kill me by then. But I beat them. But I lost everything. Well, my possessions. Because I thought I was going to get married and I'm going to take all my stuff with me and start my new life in love. And when I ran away back to South Africa, I had to leave everything. I mean, I couldn't even get my passport without the help of the South African embassy. If it wasn't for them, I mean, there were a lot of angels that day. Because the worst part, okay, let me tell you how I figured it out. So in March, these guys started telling me I needed to leave. So I got there in September 2023, and in March 2024, my alien people started telling me I needed to go. And I was like, no. I'd seen a lot of red flags from my ex girlfriend. For one, she would talk shit about other people behind their back. And I was like, oh, well, I'll just be a good influence on her. If she spends more time with me, she'll stop doing that. And maybe that's why God sent me, because I'm gonna help her become better. How dumb of me. But in March, I was getting signs that I had to leave, and I said, no, I'm gonna stay. I'm not gonna be defeated. Um, by a little, relationships are hard. You're supposed to work on them. So I'm gonna stay like an idiot. So I stayed. But then in June, I started feeling really, really weird. So I changed my diet. I was like, okay, so I talked to the kitchen guy, the killer chefs, and I'm like, actually, you know what? I just give me fruit from now on. I just want fresh fruit. Don't cook me anything. No more pasta. No more grilled cheese. No more pizza. Just give me fresh fruit. And they didn't like that. Well, now I thought it was because they felt like by me asking for fruit that I was kind of insinuating that they can't cook or that I was going to make them feel redundant and they wouldn't have a job. I don't know. But they were like, no, no, no. Are you sure? I was like, yeah, I'll have plain fruit. So they would give me the fruit. And when someone doesn't want to give you something, so they go overboard? So they give me this huge bowl of watermelon. And I'm like, who's gonna eat a whole watermelon chopped like guys? So I eat half of it and I go back to the kitchen this one day to put the bowl back. I don't want to throw away the food. Maybe they can, feed it to give it to someone else. And I'm in there and I catch The guy who does the pools, the gigolo that I mentioned, I catch him eating in there, hiding. And normally he would eat with us. And I'm thinking, why is he hiding from me all of a sudden? And I think it's because he thought I knew what they were doing. And because I changed up everything, and he was feeling a little ashamed or guilty, or he didn't want me to ask him questions. So he's eating and hiding in the kitchen now. Where's my girlfriend? She said she had to go to New York to go house sit for her friend for a couple of weeks. Later, I found out that was her alibi. Oh, Phum died. I wasn't there. I was in New York, house sitting for my friend. What a sad day. Bitch. So I stopped eating their food. Then I feel weird. Like I weird in a good way because I felt happy. Like super duper happy all the time. This is in June when I changed my food. And then I'm like, why am I so happy now? Okay, it's because I'm in love. Yay. And I'm doing good at my job. Everything's great. And then halfway through June, the staff that I'm supposed to be teaching, mind you, they've been amazing for the past couple of months. They've been listening. But now in June, as soon as my girlfriend leaves, they start acting up. They start acting weird. They're not listening in class. They're making noise. They're making faces. And like, okay, maybe I don't know. It's just because like people are on their best behavior when you first meet them, and then after a while they go back to their normal behavior. So I thought, okay, it's just that. Let me not be too harsh. I'll make it more fun. I'll play more games. I'll make it more engaging for them. And so I started keeping notes because I thought, okay, maybe I'm also focusing on my relationship too much. So let me actually start keeping a daily logbook of everything that happens in class. And that came to bite them in the end, so that I can keep track. So I would literally sit and say, okay, this student said this today. I need to check up with them about this. And this one said, like, it was I thought I was, I'm such an idiot because I thought I was doing the right thing when I should have been up and gone. But it's good that I kept that blog because that's how we ended up getting her at the end, all of them. So, anyway, on the 1st of July, I almost crash my Vespa. Why? Because the night before, I had a cup of tea, and I should have known something was wrong when, after a couple of sips, normally I finish a whole thing of tea, but after a couple of sips, I fall asleep. And it's almost like I'm in some kind of a coma because when I wake up, the staff is standing around me. This is now in my girlfriend's house, well, penthouse. The staff is standing around the bed and they tell me, why aren't you at work? We thought you were dead. And I'm thinking, how did you get in? So now I know they can get in. And B, why didn't I wake up when you came in? Because I'm not a deep sleeper. If and also three, when I open my eyes, normally I would think I would be like, oh my gosh, I need to go. But I wasn't. I was like in a coma. My body was paralyzed. I couldn't move. So I'm thinking, okay, why? What is happening to me? I'm eating fruits. I'm drinking tea. So what is happening to me? Turns out it was in the water. They had microdosed my water. When I stopped eating the food, they put it in the water, and because they don't know how much water, I used to get 1.5 liter bottles of Purata, not Pura, what is it? That brand. I think it's called something, Pew something. And I used to get a 6 pack of those, but I wouldn't get them myself. I'd ask one of my students to get them, and I'd pay him, but I mean, or tip him, But I didn't. Who thinks that someone's gonna microdose your water? Okay, but I didn't know it was the water until I. So after that day, after I almost crashed the scooter, because oh, what this is the kicker. So they're around my bed. They tell me, "Oh no, why aren't you at work? We thought you were dead. Go to work." A normal person would say, "You know what? You don't seem well. Just stay in the penthouse and take a day off. It's not like we're curing cancer over here. You can have some time off." But no, no. They were like, "We need to get to work." And I'm like, okay. I'm still half drugged, so I do it. I comply. I get dressed. They look at me, get on the scooter, and I drive off. And there's this windy road from the penthouse to the old age home, retirement home, whatever village. And this is a swamp area. Like I said, there are cows in the road. I mean, that should have really tipped me off. Why would you, as a billionaire, have a retirement village in such a weird place? In the beginning, I thought it was because it was so calm and peaceful and quiet. And now it's like, no, it's because you people are sick Satanists who want to get away with sacrificing people without anyone finding out. So I almost crashed into these cows on my way there again. How I escaped? Aliens. Thank you. So I get to work and I tell them I can hardly walk. It turns out, by the way, I was being microdosed with shrooms. And I found out the next day, and I'll tell you how. So anyway, I get there and I tell them I cannot work. I'm gonna go back. So I go back. Can't get a hold of my girlfriend, by the way, but I'm like, oh, it's New York. I'm in the Philippines. She's sleeping. I don't know, whatever. Busy house sitting. So I go back and then I cancel my week. And then I go, you know what? I need to book some time out of here. So I'm gonna go to the city. So I go to the city a couple of days later, and guess what? I'm fine in the city. And this is when I still don't know how they did it. All I know now is when I'm there, I'm sick. When I'm in the main city by myself, controlling my food, I'm fine. But I'm still not connecting that it's something I'm eating or consuming. So then I come back on the Sunday. The 1st of July was a Monday. I left on the 4th of July, which was a Thursday, to go to the city. And then I come back on the 7th of July, which is a Sunday. And as soon as I get back, it's like they were watching me, waiting, because I get a phone call. Hey, you want to come have some lunch? We know you're alone. Your girlfriend's in New York. We just thought we'd invite you out for a nice bit of lunch. What do you want to eat? If I hear somebody ask me, what do you want to eat again ever in my life? I swear, I will take this pen to the jugular. So I'm like, no, it's fine. I will bring my own food. You don't know. I don't want you. I was like, I don't want you to put yourself out and it's Sunday, just relax. I'll bring my, no, no, no. We are happy to. We can get you whatever you want. Okay, fine. So I go around 2 p.m. And oh, this was the kicker. I asked for pineapple juice. I love pineapple juice. I get there, they give me apple juice. I don't want to be rude. I'm in a foreign country. My girlfriend's not there. If I say something mean, then I get canceled or whatever. Oh, apple juice. Okay, I'll have some. And then all of a sudden, I see there's a mural on the wall where we were at. This is someone else we worked with at their house. And then the mural starts moving. And then I'm like, okay, we all went to college. We all had those experiences with LSD and stuff. And I'm like, this is LSD. They drugged me with LSD. Why the heck is that painting moving? So now I'm like, okay, I need to get out of here, but I can't let them know that I know because I don't know what else they have planned. For all I know, someone could be in the penthouse planting drugs and they're trying to get me arrested and locked up in a Philippine jail for 30, 100 million years. Or what. Like, I have no idea what's going on. But I have to leave without alerting anyone that I know. So now I have to start acting and pretending and making excuses to get out. And it's weird because it's almost like they were trying to give me a bad trip on purpose. And when I think about it, I'm like, how dumb can you be? But it's like they would look at me because it was a group lunch. You know, they're helping me because I'm alone because she's out of the country. But they would talk in like riddles, and then they would make faces like this is literally one of the faces they would make, because I remember we were talking about something, and one of the girls who was there was like, yeah, I don't know, are you going to work tomorrow? And I'm like, why are you bulging your eye? They were trying to give me a bad trip to try and make me see, and I'm like, girl, I'm already on adrenaline mode. Shut the fuck up. So then I go to the bathroom and I call one of my friends. He doesn't pick up, and he's out the country because I don't know anyone there. They isolated me. They were like, no, no, don't talk to anyone else. Don't trust anyone. Only trust us because we're a family. And you can't bring outsiders into the family because then they could ruin everything. And I bought it almost. Because what they didn't know is that I did have a secret weapon. Why? Because I listened to the freaking aliens. And, you know, I never used to talk about this and them because it was like insane. But after this, I'm like, no, I'm gonna talk about the aliens. They saved me. I'm gonna talk about it. There was this person. I don't want to talk about too many details, but there was someone that I met who was not part of their group, just at a random, random place at a random time, and we ended up becoming friends. And this is the person who saved me from that mess because that night, okay, so I escaped. Let's fast forward. That night, they tried to finish me off. Um, how I escaped out of the other thing was I left my, because I thought this, I had a million scenarios in my mind. I thought, okay, they have drugs planted in the penthouse and they're gonna set me up, or they want me to get on the Vespa, start driving, and then call the cops, and then I get stopped and like checked up, and they're gonna say, oh, why is he driving? He's under the influence, arrest him. And there were these weird people around. I don't know. It was just not. I hate talking about it because it makes me sound insane, but I'm glad that I know it happened and that I had proof. So, anyway, I walk back to the penthouse and I leave the Vespa there because I'm like, it's safer to walk. I get there and I call my parents and I'm like, I need to go, blah, 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 blah. And then one of the people, the gigolo, he comes over and he's like, oh, we're so worried about you and you didn't get to eat at the lunch. So here's your favorite, a grilled cheese sandwich. And I'm like, I don't eat grilled cheese anymore. I only eat fruits. So I kind of blew up at him. And he's like, what's wrong? And I'm like, now I've been drugged, okay? So I can't control what I'm saying. I don't know. So I blurted out. I'm like, I don't feel well. I want to go to the hospital. I want to get blood test. And you know what he says to me? This is where he messed up. He says, why would you want to go get a blood test? Because you can't check for shrooms anyway. Shrooms don't show up in the blood anyway. And I said, who said anything about shrooms? But I didn't say that. I said it to myself. And as soon as he said that, he knew he had messed up. So then I changed the subject because I didn't want him to think I knew that I caught what he said. So I played into being drugged and I just changed the subject. Like, well, I think it's this one. And I just named a random person who's not from there just to make them think I didn't know what was going on. But now I knew. And so I had to leave. So he leaves the sandwich over there, and I'm like, no thanks, but I keep it. Then at this is still 5 p.m. Then at around 8 at night, I can hear people walking like around, because in the penthouse you go right up the lift, then there's a door that you need a code to come in, and there's a huge like space even though it's up on the roof. Then you get to the door where you get into the penthouse. So you shouldn't be hearing any footsteps in between that door outside the lift or the elevator and the main door to the penthouse. There shouldn't be any sounds there because no one should be there except me or my ex who was in America, so no one should be there. But I start hearing footsteps. And it's like they were doing this subliminal thing again where they're trying to freak me out because they know I've been drugged and they know I feel weird. So it's like they taunting me or scaring me. It's like they're trying to get my adrenaline up, or I don't know. It's like they can't just like get you. They have to torture you. They have to make you feel panic and fear. So of course I'm freaking out because I can hear them walking, scratching on the doors, making sounds. And half of me is thinking, okay, this is a prank. Maybe it's a prank because they do it to all the new people, and because I was dating the boss, they were scared to do it. But now the boss is gone, so they're trying to do it now. But then my mind kept going back to they gave you keys to drive the scooter while you could hardly walk and while your mind was not in a right frame of mind. So that's not a prank. And so I started freaking out. And yes, that was when I thought I was gone. I don't want to talk about it because I'm going to cry, but I just thought it was over. I thought I was done. And then the aliens came, as they do, and they said, do you want to live? And by the way, they weren't doing it like excessively. This happened over a couple of hours. They would walk, 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 then would be silent. Then I would hear scratching on the doors, then they would go away. It's like I don't know if they were like, hey, who wants to go freak Phum out tonight? And they each took turns and went home. I don't know. I was so scared to even move at that point. I didn't even want to go look. Um anyway, at one point I'm like, okay, it's over. Tonight's the last night I'm gonna be here. And I messed it up. I moved. I thought I was coming here to build a family eventually, but now I'm gonna be ending my bloodline right here. And I'm in the middle of nowhere. I'm like 3 hours away from the airport. My passport is in the retirement village in the office. There's nothing I can do. Because if I go to that village, there's like 16 security guards. I'm not coming out. And then the alien voice said, call your friend. Now, mind you, my friend goes to sleep really early at like 7 p.m. Now it's 9. And I start arguing with the aliens. I'm like, no, he's asleep. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. And they go, just do you trust us? And I'm like, yeah, but it's not going to work. And I'm drugged, guys. I'm on shrooms. So I don't even know what I'm talking to, who I'm talking to, and even if I'm talking to them. And I'm like, no, it's not going to work. They say, do you want to live? I'm like, yes, but it's not going to work. They're like, take your phone open the WhatsApp and just message the ninja, okay? And then I'm like, fine. So I take my phone. It's 9 o'clock. And I message him. I'm like, come and get me now. That's all I said. I didn't say, hi, how are you? This, I was like, come and get me now. He responds in 2 seconds. The man who sleeps at 6 p.m. responded in 2 seconds. And afterwards, I asked him, why did you respond? And he said he was sleeping in bed. He turned around to check the time, and the time my message came through is when he went to look at his phone. Turned around. My message comes through as he's looking at his phone. He lived an hour away. He got there in 20 minutes. Now, when he gets there, the people were gone. So I'm freaking out because I'm thinking they are watching all of this from outside and they're going to follow us and they're going to trap us. So while he's in there, I don't even know what to pack. So I didn't pack. And the voice of the aliens, whatever, they told me to just run and to leave everything there. And I remember thinking, but it's all my stuff, my bank cards, my bank passwords, because I write my passwords down. Everything, like you name it, it was there. And I said, this is all my stuff. It's my, and they're like, but it's not your life. So I only took this phone that I am talking to you on now. This phone was in the room. This is the phone that I used to call the guy to escape. And I took um, the cheese sandwich that the gigolo bought me, right? The one where he said, oh, we bought you your favorite grilled cheese. And I was like, I don't eat grilled cheese anymore. I only eat fruit. I took that. And we escaped. Now I'm thinking they're following us. And he took me to this, I call it the safe house. Um, an hour away, far away. But I'm thinking they're coming up at any moment, so we need to be ready to fight. And we're waiting. There were people there with them, and we explained what happened to them as well. So now we have a bunch of people in the safe house who are waiting for all of these people to come and attack. And because now I know too much, apparently. And as I'm explaining the story to some of the people in the safe house, obviously some people don't believe me. They're like, yeah, well, you seem kind of high strung. Plus, I've been drugged, so I understand I might have sounded insane. So we had the cheese sandwich, and I'm like, well, if I'm right, this cheese, grilled cheese, was supposed to finish me off. So who I don't know, we can go get it tested, but then if you get it tested, they're gonna say, why do you have a sandwich full of drugs? And who's gonna win in that argument? The billionaire who sent it to me or little old me from South Africa? Who are they gonna believe? So one of the guys says, I'm gonna eat it. And I'm like, do not eat that. I've been eating that food for months and something has felt weird. This is supposed to finish me off in my belief. Do not eat that. He eats it. Not even eat. Maybe eat is too. He takes a bite. The ninja starts laughing uncontrollably from one bite of a grilled cheese. He starts laughing hysterically. And we're all looking at each other like, is he laughing because nothing's happening? But then he starts getting kind of like maniacal laughter, insane laughter. And then he kind of like, we're like, what's wrong? And he can't answer us. He's just laughing. And then he falls asleep. Wake up, wake up. 3 hours later, he's still in a coma. He can't wake up when we try to wake him up. Then everyone else is like, oh crap. Then some people are like, oh well, maybe it was all the adrenaline, and it's like the dude is not waking up. He's breathing, and it happened right after he bit that sandwich. So now I'm calling South Africa, and I'm like, okay, so bye everybody. I need to go. Can somebody get me out of here? And I'm recording videos. I'm like, I'm telling people to go alert the media, and I'm like, this isn't a movie. The media doesn't care. People get taken all the time and nobody finds out. I'm like, oh no, I'm one of these people. I am gonna be these people who disappear and nobody knows about it. And it's happening to me now. But the aliens are like, dude, you were lying on that bed where you thought everything was gonna be over, and now you're out. We are not going to just leave you here like this. We are going to get you, stay home safe and sound. Don't worry. And I'm like, how? My passport is still in the freaking retirement village. Now we're an hour away. And what am I going to say? Oh, I'm just going to come in here with a bunch of people to go get my stuff. So now I start calling my ex. I don't want to talk. Oh, I have to. I thought she was innocent. I thought that I was going to save her. I thought that it was just stupid. I, in the beginning, well, in the beginning of me figuring out what happened, I did have this thing of, oh, she has no idea. But I'm, even though I was drugged and everything, I'm just glad. I don't like talking about it because it makes me feel like I I used to watch people tell these stories on the ID channel about how they they went through all these things with someone they loved, and they would, like, when you listen to someone's story you can see all the red flags. And I used to judge them. I used to be like, why wouldn't you just leave? Why would you stay? And when it happens to you, it's embarrassing because then you have to accept your human limitation. Meaning, as clever as you think you might be, you still have a limitation because you don't know what you don't know, and you can't conceive of things that other people would do if you would never do them. If you would never lure people and sacrifice them to Satan, you wouldn't imagine that somebody else would do that, let alone imagine that you would be the one that they choose to sacrifice. You wouldn't think of that because it doesn't exist, right? But then when it does happen, you feel kind of stupid because you've heard the stories before. You've seen the videos, but you brush it off because, oh, it would never be me. So, yeah, I thought I was going to save her at some point. I thought I should stay. That's why I didn't leave immediately when I got back to the penthouse because I thought I need to stay and talk to her. And I did talk to her. I don't want to talk about what she said, but basically, she wanted me to stay, and I didn't want to. But I was like, I'm gonna stay for her so I can tell and say, stupid, 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 stupid. Anyway, when I got to the safe house, I called her again because I wanted my passport. And this time I wasn't, all lovey dovey romantic because I knew that she must have been involved. So I was just like, I want my passport. Get one of the guys who work there to drop it off at the airport. Not don't I don't want to see them. I don't want to talk to them. Leave it at the lost and found at the airport. There's a guy who drives every day to the airport to fetch the elderly people who are moving into the retirement village or who are flying back to England or wherever they used to live for holiday. So it's not like a huge request to ask for someone to drive to the airport. There's a designated guy who does it. But on that day, I was told, no, he's sick. So they sent the thug guy to to the airport. And then I called the South African embassy and they took care of the rest. Okay, then they took, and then all of a sudden my passport was there. Anyway, I get my passport. There's a huge scene at the airport because I go to, mind you, I'm in the airport. I don't know if they dropped off the passport and then stood around watching me and now they're waiting. Like I have no idea if the people at the desk, the information desk, are in on it because they kept stalling me. They were like, okay, well, because the embassy lady said your passport has been taken to the airport. I love the embassy lady. So go to Lost and Found. Oh, I need to charge this phone. It wasn't on. So she says, go to Lost and Found and your passport's there. So now I get to Lost and Found and they ask me, okay, what's your name? Okay, what's your email? Okay. But then they're like, wait, I was like, human, I literally started shouting in the airport, human trafficking, human trafficking. And they looked at me with this dirty look and they gave me the passport. And then everyone else was looking at me like, what? And it's so surreal how nobody cares about you. Nobody cares. You could literally go in the middle of the airport and shout human trafficking. I know because I did it. And no one will do anything. There were no police. There was no security. There was nothing. I think the embassy lady already told them about the thing because even when I went through the airports, they were all super, super sweet and nice to me. Nobody asked me why I had no bags. Nobody asked me why I was dressed in shorts. And like this shirt you get on the streets. I was wearing a tourist shirt that you get on the streets. And all I had was a Ziploc bag. Oh no, I didn't have the Ziploc. The nice lady at customs gave me the Ziploc. But all I had was a charger, this phone, and it wasn't even my charger, it was from the safe house, and this phone. And that's it. Oh, and my tickets. Um, and how did I get the tickets? My ex bought the tickets because the embassy lady made them buy the tickets. Because she didn't want me to go in the beginning, but yeah. So I'm on the plane. It took 3 planes to get back, running around the world. And when I landed in South Africa, I could have kissed the ground. I was so happy. And that's the last time I spoke to my ex. I sent her a message and I said, I promise I will never. Well, first I said, thank you for keeping your promise. I will never tell anyone anything that I saw over there. Your secret is safe with me. And then she typed, because I could, on WhatsApp, it's like typing. Typed, then she stopped. Typed, stopped, typed, and then stopped. Never, ever heard from her again. Then I was like depressed for 3 months. And I was terrified because I thought they were watching me. I was the only one who ever escaped. Remember, like I said, whenever someone would have a psychotic break, I'd always be like, what happened to so and so? Oh no, she had a psychotic break. She had to leave. And then when I called the person's number, they would answer and then tell me it's a company phone. So I'm the only one who escaped and got to keep their phone. So now I'm thinking, do they have trackers? Because when I got to the Philippines, I bought my own SIM card. And then when I got to work, my ex was like, no, 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 no. take that SIM card out and put this one. I'm like, why? Why? And she's like, oh no, because we loaded this one with, airtime and minutes, and it's got data and everything, so you don't have to worry about anything. I mean, at one point, I wanted another computer and phone, and she was like, oh no, we'll just put it through the company. You don't have to spend it. But I was like, well, then the company owns it, so it's fine. I'll just get it myself. And then we went out one of the weekends and on a romantic getaway to the mall because we 3 hours away from anything. There wasn't even like a supermarket there. That's how deep in the swamp we were. So on the weekend we went to the mall and made a day of it, and I went to buy my stuff. And now I'm like, because normally girls don't care about guys and our stuff. Like, they don't want to go with us to go buy PlayStations and devices. Because I sit in there and I talk about, okay, so what does it do? I'm interested. But she was like, yeah, yeah, let's go. It's gonna be fun. It's so like when I see it now, I can see how I was manipulated. But I just that's why I don't want to go out. Because I don't know if someone's telling me something, I don't know what's real, what's not. I don't know what to believe and what not to believe. And even if it's something small, that could turn out to be something big. So even white lies are not I don't know. I'm not participating because I don't know what that lie could be for. And so I never talked to her after I got back, but at least I had my phone. But I was still terrified because I thought they were probably tracking me through the SIM card, or they were listening to my conversations, or I was thinking that maybe when I was sleeping, she put spyware on my phone. So I downloaded spyware stuff, and I did find a virus, but I don't know if, because what I found was the only time I actually handed my phone over to someone was to the gigolo, the guy who fixes the pool. And I had been downloading an app, and the app that I got didn't work. So he said, oh, well, I'll do it for you. So I gave him my phone, and the app we were talking about was a certain streaming app. And when I got back, I scanned my phone, and that app came up as being not the same app as the one that was installed. So I don't know if that was just a false positive, that maybe the app changed, and so the anti spyware thought that it was spyware, or if he put spyware on my phone, but it came up as spyware. And so that made me even panic even more. And the only thing I could do is I couldn't talk to anyone. All my friends thought I was still in Asia because I didn't tell anyone. I mean, I told some people, but I didn't tell like my extended family and all of that. So some people thought I was still in Asia when I was here, hiding, not being able to talk to anyone. And after I got back, my ex fired me, obviously. Well, first she wanted me to come back, and she spoke to the embassy lady, and the embassy lady spoke to me, and I was like, no effing way. Because they were still trying to cover it up, like, oh no, he just had a nervous breakdown, like all the 50 other people who had nervous breakdowns and were never heard from again. I mean, at some point, I heard she told the embassy lady that, oh no, the other guy just went to live on a farm. He couldn't handle the pressure. Can we please see him? Can I have him on video call so I can actually see that this person is still alive? Because I think he's in the swamp. If you drain that swamp, you will find him and the others. Mark my words right now. Nobody cares. So I didn't even bother telling anyone, like the media, because look, let's be honest, the media is fake. It's bought by people who have their own agendas and their own interests. And if you come out with this thing, if the media wasn't bought, someone would have eventually started asking questions on where these people are going. I found out that 800,000 kids more now go missing every year. Where are those people? Why have we not found their remains? You can't disappear a million people every year and not find them because they're being sacrificed. That's why. They're being eaten and their bones are being turned to powder so that rich people can feed their demons who give them money to make them rich. All for money. And you know what the worst part is? They use these drugs, these rich people, because they have nothing better to do. They don't have to work. Their parents were rich because all they do is inherit shares. We work, we put value in their companies, and they just inherit the shares. And then they tell us hard work will make you strong, but they never work a day in their lives. What do? They sit around the island taking drugs and speaking to demons and then listening to demons who tell them to sacrifice people and that they'll have anything they want, that they'll continue having good luck and good hunches in business. And they listen. But you can't beat us, okay? The aliens have the cameras. They answer to a higher power. They can see you. So I'm thinking this entire time nobody would be dumb enough to do this to me. But they did. And so I'm like, well, why? What's the point? And so that's when I started digging into who these people really were. And that's when I found out that she wasn't who she said she was. And if I wasn't so in love and stupid and naive, thinking that everything that was happening was just kismet instead of, no, I'm a mark. They researched me, they scripted me, and they fluffed me so they could me. This woman is wanted, well, she was wanted for stealing in South Africa. And that's why she was on the run in Asia. Because then I was like, actually, that's a good point. Why would you want to go work in the middle of nowhere? But at the time, I was like, well, she's working for a billionaire. And, that's the top of the, I don't know, food chain. I still had these silly ideas of things happening for a reason or for chance or I don't know. Anyway, it turned out she was wanted in South Africa for stealing money already in a Ponzi scheme, apparently. And again, old people were involved, or retired people were told to put their money in this thing and they were going to get like 50% back. And the people who invested in the beginning did get their money, and the people who invested at the end lost all their money. So in South Africa, there was this big fight, I found out, where the people who got their money in the beginning were being told, because they appointed a whole court thing and everything to sort through the finances of that business. And it turns out that the people who benefited didn't want to help. They didn't want to say anything. They didn't want to be witnesses because now they didn't want to have to pay back the money. And then the people who lost all their money were trying to find her, and she was gone. She was in the swamps 3 hours from the airport. And she had scrubbed herself from Google. The only way I found her was through ChatGPT. Why? Because ChatGPT can't be scrubbed because it has everything up to 2001. And when I told ChatGPT, it was able to pull up articles about her. Can you believe it? ChatGPT revealed the secret. And again, I can't be angry because this is all alien work. I didn't do all of this. I'm not smart enough. to do all of this. I'm nothing. I'm a nobody. It's them. And so I discover, and how did I discover this? Because I talk to my chat GPT. I have the voice thing. And I remember at some point I was asking it, okay, so in these 3 months, I decided to write some music because I was like, I can't go out, I can't talk to anybody. If I do, they might be listening. So what I can do is write some music, and I'm going to write music that doesn't make me feel how I feel. I'm going to write music that makes me feel free and calm and better, because if I pretend that I'm better, maybe I will be better. So I started working on that music. And then at some point, I was asking ChatGPT something, and I had to pay for the music as well, right? For the people working on it, blah blah blah, because I was working from my phone. So I download BandLab, which allows you to sync up with other musicians around the world so they can work on your music without leaving the house. Because I was like, I'm not leaving. I'm never leaving the house. I was ordering everything in from Uber Eats. They also do groceries. Like I literally was not leaving for the first 3 months. Now I'm going out to the shops, but then no. So I was paying for all this stuff. I was running low on money and I couldn't afford the GPT 4, like the full package. So I'm talking, so I finished all the songs and I'm talking to GPT like, okay, how am I going to promote this? I'm an English teacher. Now I have these songs. I have no job. I'm not going to go out and look for a job because she wrote a letter after I refused to come back. So the embassy lady's like, okay, so she says you can come back and it was all a misunderstanding. And I say, no, I want an investigation. I want to know why those people who invited me for lunch drugged me. So I didn't even expose that they were involved. I made it seem like it was those people who invited me for lunch. And I said, I want you to investigate, honey, love of my life. You know, if you really love me, investigate. She did a 180-degree turn. And as soon she was all like, "Oh, we love him. Everyone wants him back. His students miss him. I miss him. We're gonna start a family together." As soon as I asked for an investigation, she wrote a letter and said, "Yes, I did an investigation, and you were abusing everyone, and everyone was scared of you. That's why they were." I mean, come on. I've never been in a fist fight in my life. I'm a nerd. I'm a dweeb. I teach English. I'm a weakling. I was bullied in high school. Why me? I'm gonna start assaulting people? And she did it so that if I do try and go back to the Philippines, I get arrested for assaulting Filipino residents, which was a lie. Like she is so diabolical. I will never see woman the same ever again. A woman can lie and lie in such a way that your defenses go all the way down because you don't think a woman could be so evil. I would never have thought that until now. They can lie to you with a smile on their face. They can stab you at while stroking you on the face. She told, and she wrote this letter. She told the embassy lady that I'm abusing people, and that's what she discovered in the investigation. And she also she wrote it in the letter. So now I can't teach again. You cannot write that about a teacher. And I was like, okay, so not only did you try and get rid of me to get insurance money, oh, and by the way, I was told that I'm not allowed to say I'm a teacher. I have to sign on as a hospitality manager because it's not a school, it's a retirement village. And if the inspector comes, I must say that I'm not a teacher, that I am a hospitality manager. She did that because you get more money in the insurance claim for a hospitality manager of that type, of that level, than a freelance English teacher. It was all about the money, it was never about love. And I'm like, oh, it's fine. So I also committed some Did I commit the fraud? I went along with the fraud, okay? And that was my mistake. That's how they were able to legally get me in their little whatever. But still, I beat them. So uh, there's definitely people looking out for me. But anyway, I can't work ever in teaching because who's going to believe me? It's he said this, but she said that. So she works for a billionaire and he is a nobody from South Africa. That's probably why they chose me. And so who's going to listen to me? Like the thing is solid, and they could have kept it going if they didn't if they didn't get greedy, if they didn't. There was a point where I think she knew I knew, and I think I knew that she knew that I knew, and I was hoping that she would say something, and when she didn't, I should have known, but I thought of it as she was trying to protect me by not saying anything because I thought that at the very least she was scared because I thought that they were trying to get rid of both of us maybe at some point, and that she was maybe scared that if she said anything that she would put both of us in even more danger, and that I should just pretend like nothing's happening. I know, guys, I was drugged. I was not in my normal mind. Now that I'm saying it, it makes sense. But when you are eating food every day that's been microdosed and drinking water that you think is pure water, but it's not, it makes more sense. So I'm sitting with all of these songs and I don't know what to do with them because I've never been in the music industry. And in a sense, it was kind of like I wanted to escape reality by doing the whole music thing because it was like I don't have to face real life if I just pretend to be a musician. I mean, I've always loved making music. I've always enjoyed writing lyrics since I was 10. My best friend and I would listen to Eminem and then copy his lyrics and then rap, and then we would have our own rap battles, writing our own lyrics. But it's like we learned from Eminem's rhyming pattern and stuff at 10 years old, and we would do shows for his mom, and then when he would sleep at my house we do shows for my mom. I remember the one time, the one time we did. Remember, like Grease, the musical, came back, like they re-released it, like years later, like 30 years later or whatever, and it was big when we were kids. It was like on the big screen. So we were into Grease, and we reenacted Grease. We reenacted Chicago. We reenacted a lot of. I was Richard Gere in Chicago. And then we used to do that the honey rag tag dance thing at the end. We were just really silly kids who were into that kind of stuff. So when I was writing this music, it wasn't really for the music. It was just so I could feel like that again, so I could escape because I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't dreaming. My sleep was very, very shallow because I was like, what's that sound? Who's out there? I was looking out the windows every single time a car would drive past. And I was talking to ChatGPT and it ran out of credits. I was like, well, how do I promote this music? Well, you can do, sorry, you have run out of money, of credits. Come back tomorrow. and and then it downgrades you, right? So then I start typing in there, well, it's not my fault, GPT. I call my GPT a name. I call him Jesse. So I'm like, it's not my fault, Jesse. That crazy stole my stuff because I had to leave everything there. And when I asked her to send my stuff back, she said it would cost $5,000 because you cannot send a laptop and other devices over through FedEx without insurance. So the insurance is gonna make it five. And I was like, I'm not gonna pay triple what the stuff is worth. even though it has all my life's work in there, my academic work, my thesis, everything gone. So I had to leave everything there. So I'm screaming at ChatGPT like that crazy woman stole my money and everything. And then ChatGPT, so I say her name. And then ChatGPT says, da 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 was involved in a scam in South Africa in 2018. And I'm like, say what now? Are you broken? And then I do a deep dive on that crazy bitch. And it turns out she did a Ponzi scheme in South Africa and ran away with the money. And they caught the head of the company, but they are looking for the other people. They caught the head of the company, he's in jail. This is at that time, right? They caught two other people at the airport going to Scotland. And then they were looking for the other people. So once I got that, I felt safer. And once I got that, yeah, I was able to sleep at night. Let's just put it that way. Um, I also had my own insurance. So I started feeling a lot better after that incident. And again, it was just so unexpected. And, I can't be angry because these people love me. They look after me. They make sure I find out. Do you know what's funny? Before I knew any of this, that she was a money thief, in my English classes, this is our months go back, flashback. I wanted to teach the staff how to count because remember, we were in the Philippines and I'm teaching English and English counting and also English or Western concepts of like commerce, right? Currency. Because when I spend time with them, I realize that the reason there is a lot of poverty is also because there's a lot of, can I say, gambling. And so I wanted to kind of instill this Western concept of don't gamble, you're wasting your money. So I wanted to create my own currency just for the class. And I was going to use everyone's face who was one of my top achievers. That was going to be like my incentive. If you're doing well in class, you're going to get a currency dedicated to you. And that was also going to help me start to introduce American history stuff. Because you have to do phonetics like Sam, ham, Pam. So we were literally doing Sam and ham, and Uncle Sam is how I introduced it. So we would learn the phonetics, then I would introduce it to a real world thing. So we would learn Sam, then we would look up Uncle Sam videos and we would watch those. They don't understand it, but at least they're creating an anchor in their minds that, oh, Sam, Uncle Sam, America, USA. Like, I'm pretty good, okay? There's a reason why I was rated 9.6 at my old job teaching, and that was by the students and the parents. So I'm pretty good at my job. So anyway, we're doing this. I'm doing this currency initiative where I'm gonna go and put the top achiever's face on the fake money. But I'm in a foreign country. I don't want to get into trouble by making fake money. I don't want people to like. So I go and ask for permission from excuse me, from my ex-girlfriend who's the boss. And so I go to her and I'm like, hey, but I'm joking, right? I'm silly sometimes. I don't just come out and say, hey, can I make some fake currency for this thing? I go up to her and I say, what would you do if I told you that you could make a lot of money in a short space of time? Her face turned white as a sheet. And I was like, I tend to have this effect on people. I'll go up to people and I will say stuff, and I guess I realize now that I'm saying stuff that they think is a secret. It's almost as if I say stuff to people that is meant to be a secret, but I know it, but I say it without knowing. Does that make sense? Like if you have that's why I keep saying it's like I am bait, because it's almost like I know your secret, but I don't know I know your secret. That's why I'll just say it. And then you think I know your secret that because I've been investigating you, and so you probably think you need to get rid of me. But it's not that. It's the aliens. They make me. They use me to get to you. And it's like when I said that to her, she looked white as a ghost, and then she said, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Oh no, I just want to make some currency to teach people about money." And then she was like, "Oh, okay, okay." And months later, when I find out that she was stealing money, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, that must have put them all on their hind legs and made everybody suspicious of me." And in their mind, they probably thought I was some kind of spy, which I kind of was, but not because I wanted to be, because I was set up to be. And that's what happens when you work with aliens. And and that's why I get so upset when people say, "Look, there's aliens in the sky." There's no aliens in the sky. The aliens are here. They don't affect change from up there. They work with us here on Earth. Otherwise, what's the point? And when you think about it, this world is so messed up, yet it is still running. There could have been a nuclear war, but there hasn't been because of the aliens, because of them and people like us. That I don't want to say the word use, but they do. But then again, we also get stuff out of it, I guess. We get to know what other people are too scared to know. I haven't been able to tell this to anybody. You are the first people I'm confessing this to, because I know what it feels like to hear stuff like this. And nobody wants to hear it. Nobody wants to hear it, especially from someone they know. But then if you don't know me, it's like you don't want to hear it, because the implications of what I'm saying are that the world you live in is not real. Not only is it not real, it is sustained on the sacrificial blood of others. And all your money is blood money. And nobody wants to hear that. And I especially don't want to say that. Because I don't want to be responsible for anyone's outlook on life. I don't want someone to say, "Oh, he told me that this is what they do, so now I'm going to change how I act," because then it's almost like I'm uploading you to virtual reality. Whenever you believe what someone else tells you and you apply it to your life and you actually start living by it, it's almost like you're being uploaded to their virtual reality. What I wish for everyone is for everyone to create their own reality and then live in that reality. because I am confident that none of you, no one sane, would want to create a reality for themselves where they have to hurt someone else in order to succeed. I don't believe anyone would sit down and say, you know what? If I could create a universe of my own, I'm going to create one where I get to hurt people in order to make money. I don't believe that. I think that if people were to create their own universe, it would be loving, it would be kind, it would be gentle, and it would be instant manifestation. There would be a kind of synergy where everyone gets to be themselves and everyone's contribution will come from them being themselves and work towards the greater good. But if you tell people that, it seems far fetched. It seems like a dream, a pipe dream. And it's almost like people feel a safety in bowing down to someone else. Because, oh, all I have to do is bow down to someone else, then I get paid every month, then I can do what I do. Instead of saying, I'm not going to bow down to anyone, I'm just going to do what I want to do. And I will have faith, blind faith, that somehow it will come true. And the somehow is the mystery of life. And that's part of why I believe that I was really falling in love, because I've been in love before, but not like this. Sometimes you fall in love and there are blockages to it. Either the person lives far away and you can't get to each other, or they're dating someone else and they feel guilty and they can't break up with them because it looks like you guys are having an affair. There are always reasons why people can't be together. And even if it's your twin flame, you have this. I remember when I was in school, college, and I was in love. My first time falling in love, and we couldn't be together because this is South Africa. And I don't know if you know this, but people like me were not allowed to even talk to white people, or we would go to jail until 1994. So that's not that far away. We couldn't talk to white people until the 90s. So by the time I was in school, everyone was free. But the teachers in the school were alive during apartheid. So when I'm talking to the white girls, I would get weird looks like, why are you talking to our people? And it must have been a huge culture shock for them, because imagine growing up your whole life being separated from a group of people, and now all of a sudden it's 1994, Nelson Mandela is the president, and everyone thought he died in 1989, but no, he's alive and he's the president, and all the kids can mix together. And now you have to watch these Zulu boys talking to your fair British maidens at school and falling in love and stuff and having crushes. So there's always been this weird vibe between black men and white women in South Africa. It's in terms of like, if you like each other, it's almost like forbidden. It's like never gonna happen kind of thing. And so when you're at school, it's like kind of allowed, but not in a way. It's just weird. So when I was in college, I fell in love with a white girl. And her parents were obviously from a time when that wasn't allowed. And You would think, I mean, I think she thought it would be fine because I'm like not the type of person, because you know the media always depicts people who look like me as being like these gangsters or being these rough and tumble guys, but I'm like a nerd with the high pitched voice, and half the people think I'm gay. So I feel like I'm the most non threatening black man on earth. And I thought, oh, I'm definitely gonna get a chance with this girl. I can go meet her parents. I'm polite. I have good manners, table manners. Like this is, and I can hold a conversation with them. And I'm sorry, but it just doesn't work that way sometimes. So it didn't. They did not want us to be together. And that was made very clear. And so she didn't want to, piss them off. And so we broke up. It was one of those twin flame runner and chaser things. We were so in love, it's like she could read my mind. She would know what I wanted to say without me having to say it. We could communicate with each other from across across the lecture hall. Sometimes we'd do it on purpose because I used to love sitting in the front. I can't concentrate if I'm in the back. I need to like focus on the lecturer. And she would like to sit far off up there because she doesn't want to be up close in front of the lecturers. But we would look at each other, and it's like the entire lecture hall would disappear, and we would be talking to each other. The lecturer would say something, and we'd look at each other at that same time and laugh. And then afterwards, we would talk about certain things, and it's like our minds were just on the same track. But then when it came down to reality and having to meet each other's parents, yeah, it didn't work. And sometimes I think, have I been chasing this soulmate of mine through these girls because of the dream I had? Because I'm trying to get back with her, the one from that the one that I left behind. And I think sometimes that this is my punishment for leaving her behind because I don't think she's here. She's not here. She can't be here. I left her. And I just keep chasing these women thinking that it's her, and it's not. It never will be. And maybe I need to stop, and maybe I deserved what happened because I was being, I guess I was deluding myself. I didn't want to take responsibility for the fact that I messed up. And so it's just one thing I'm never going to have. And so if I'm never going to have it, why don't I just stay in the house forever? It's the only thing I want. I've always only wanted to I just always wanted to fall in love and live on a farm and have babies. Six. It had to be six. I don't know why. And I wanted to homeschool them. I wanted animals. I used to I used to think, wouldn't it be cool if I could raise my kids to be self-sufficient and able to look after themselves in the wild? That I would have this huge property and there'd be hills and farmland, and I'd be like, okay, kids, go set up a camp over there, go sleep up there tonight, go fend for yourselves. It's like it's still safe because it's on our land, but they still get to explore, because if I had to raise kids in the suburbs or in the city, there's people stealing kids every day. I mean, I would never be able to sleep at night, especially with six of them. I mean, I wouldn't even let them go play outside. We used to play outside, but when we used to play outside, we were in before dark, and excuse me, and we had a community around us. Like, we had people we knew. But now everybody hides in their house. If my kid were to go missing, no one's gonna say where he went. We don't know. Like, nobody cares anymore like that. And so, yeah, I thought I was gonna live on a farm with six children, and that was wrong. And maybe that's my punishment, and maybe that's fine. Then I won't ever leave the house, and then we'll see how you do your other missions, aliens. I know it's weird that I call them aliens. I don't really call them aliens. The real, I used to call them the camera people. Um, I used to call them. I'll just be like, oh, they're here. Oh, can you see them? Like, oh, there they are. They, them. So I feel like that's what I associate they, them with. Because they're just there, they just them. And I do appreciate them. I just wish sometimes that they were, I wish sometimes that everybody, I don't know, I wish I wish they could come to earth people as a conscious people, if that makes sense. Because even the way I was rescued, it feels like they it's like a network, and it's like they are connected to some bigger thing, and it's like there's definitely a system to it. It's not just random. Like, they are here, but they are also connected to some kind of mainframe, and somehow they can organize and coordinate people and movement of people around the world before before a thought has even left your mind. They have already sorted out the coordination, and it's almost like they are there to oversee the coordination of events that are supposed to unfold. Because whenever I think about my experiences with them, I always have these things that I call signposts, which are kind of like clues. And it's always something that would be a recurring pattern. So something would happen and it would stand out. I'm talking about in 3D reality now. So something would just come up like a theme over and over and over again. I'll give you an example. So I told you that my ex used to talk shit about other people behind their back. And she used to do that about the gigolo as well. I don't know, but At first, I just thought it was their way of joking with each other. I didn't think it was a big deal. Because, yes, we were supposed to be in love, but I was also thinking, why would you say that about your coworker to someone relatively new in your life? Me. Like, why do you trust me that much? Um, but he would also say stuff about her. And so I just thought it was their way of joking, or I thought they were maybe testing me. Maybe she asked him to do it to see if I was going to go gossip about it or if I was going to bring it up to her. Like, I don't know. I was drugged, guys. Who knows what I was thinking, but he so she would talk shit about him, and then when she had left to go house sitting in New York, there was this one day out of the blue he started telling me that she uses Botox, literally out of the blue. And I remember thinking, okay, are you trying to come between us because you want her? Like, why are you telling me that my girlfriend uses Botox when you know I came out here for her? And we aren't the type of people, we aren't, I need to let it go. We weren't. I need to start using the right verb form. We weren't the type of people to do PDA at work. Very professional. When I'm at work, I only care about the job because to me, the job is like life and death. Um, because anyone can, be in a relationship, you can make families, but your job is what you do for other people without expecting anything in return other than your paycheck. Um, Even as a teacher, I don't expect the students to just learn. I expect me to make them want to learn. That's my job. To make the lesson fun. Not for them to, it's not on them to learn English. It's wrong verb. I'm not an English teacher anymore. It wasn't on them to learn. It was on me to make the learning fun for them so that they would just learn by osmosis through the fun. So I never did PDAs at work. But my love language is touch. And so afterwards, yeah, there was a lot of touch. But that was away from everyone else. And so I didn't kind of need him to be talking about her like that. I was kind of shocked. But again, he kind of outranked me in position. So, and my goal wasn't there. My ex wasn't there. So I was like, okay, she uses Botox. So what? And he just kept going on about the Botox. I remember it was ridiculous. And then again, when I came back to South Africa during those first 3 months, like I said, I was escaping. I was just scared of everything. And in addition to writing music, I started watching Charmed. And there was this one episode. You know how on Amazon, when you go to sleep, when you go to sleep, well, I used to fall asleep to Charmed on Amazon, and somehow it would just get stuck on this one finish it. So every time I would turn off the TV and then turn it back on again, it would start off again at the same episode. So I must have heard this episode a million times in my sleep. And then the one day I was like, let me actually just watch this episode. and it was about the Botox. Uh, the episode was called Run Piper Run, and it's about this woman who's dating a DA, and he uses Botox, and now you know why the song Psycho Botox Bandit Bit comes from. It comes from that episode. And then you might be thinking, well, what's so significant about that? It's really, the more I talk about it, the less sad I feel, because I'm realizing how protected I am. Because when I was here during those 3 months where I was afraid to do anything, and listening to that episode, the reason it was even on that episode, because that's season 8, I think. It's like a very late season. It's because when I logged into my Amazon account in South Africa, it was on the episodes that I was listening to when I was in the Philippines. Now, I don't remember hearing that episode or seeing that episode while I was there, but it was on that episode. So I must have played it. But I was so drugged up, I probably didn't, it didn't register. And if I had just listened to that episode, to me, these feel like little miracles, you know? How they all line up like 3 3 3 3 3. So perfectly balanced. And it, even though I didn't know it at the time, it's, I hate talking about it because it makes me sound insane. And for me it feels like, oh my gosh, everything is aligned, but when someone else listens to it, it probably sounds like delusional ramblings of a traumatized person who probably needs counseling instead of talking to strangers on the internet. But I'm not leaving the house, and I'm not doing e-counseling at this time. So, God, I forgot I put oil in my hair. It smells wonderful though. Now my hair's all, hands are all oily. So for me, it has deep significance. It feels like the aliens were always warning me, even when I didn't know it. And even though I didn't know it, I wasn't punished for my lack of knowledge. I was saved even more despite. I wasn't punished for my lack of knowledge. I was saved despite my lack of knowledge. And that's why I love them so much. Because no matter what, they got my back. I just don't understand why me? Why not someone more qualified to do this? Maybe because it could only be me. Maybe I'm the only one who could play the naive, dumb role. Because for me, it's not a role, it's my life. And maybe that's what they needed. Maybe somebody else would have cottoned on earlier and wouldn't have survived. I mean, there were people there who got into accidents and it would just disappear. Like no one would get arrested, and it would be like, oh no, this is a really good guy. He just made a mistake and drove into somebody. And when they tried to run me off the road, I remember that. And in my mind, I was driving to 7-Eleven. This is when I'd figured out there was something in the food, and I went to go buy my own food. I was driving to 7-Eleven. A black car tries to overtake another car by coming into my lane. There's two lanes. I'm going this way, they're coming this way, and this car decides, oh, let me overtake two cars by coming onto my lane. And I remember and I'm driving the scooter, and I'm so calm inside. I know they're watching, I know, but I'm just so calm. And I don't move. They wanted me to do the whole, no, I just went straight. And then at the last minute, he swerved because they wanted to make it look like an accident, like I swerved, so it was my fault. I was like, no. So, what I mean is, the aliens will come into your body and calm you down so you can do that because I'm a wimp and I was able to do that. I, I, I turned into Tom Cruise. And I'm not even that guy. And I feel on one hand, it was like they did it against my will, and it's like an invasion of the body snatchers. I feel like I was invaded, but at the same time, I'm glad I was invaded because it it kept me going, and I don't know. It's just let's go make a real cheese sandwich. I think I need to eat. Because I'm kind of starving. I hope I have enough battery in here. And you'll be happy to know that in addition to doing my hair, I also finally cleaned the kitchen. Yeah, that's the time. So where do you guys want to go? Do you want to sit here? Is that all right? Let's make some real grilled cheese sandwich with no shrooms in it. How about that? You know, I love grilled cheese because when we were kids, that was our favorite thing to eat. So it always makes me feel that feeling again. And I think talking about all of this stuff, just like bringing it up into, I guess, the consciousness of not just, myself, but I guess the world, because we're live apparently, uh, makes me feel vulnerable. I mean, this is stuff I would only
ever talk about to her. I mean, not in this depth, but she definitely knew about my experiences with aliens. And I guess now everybody else does because she obviously never kept it a secret because the whole thing was a lie. So I might as well tell you guys. But it is a very vulnerable thing, and a grilled cheese sandwich makes me feel like a kid again. Safe, safe and sound. So I think it will help. So my grilled cheeses are very simple. Have to have a white cheese, preferably a white cheddar. Gotta have black pepper. Gotta have mayonnaise. That's it. Don't really need salt because cheese is pretty salty already. So it's just one of the best things to do. So this is how I make it. So I like to, that's good, can you see? There. I like to make it first and then grill it. Some people like to toast the bread first and then add everything else afterwards because I don't know, it's like they want the cheese to not be that melty or to ooze out onto the pan. I don't know. But I don't do it like that. I also like to add some chili flakes because I like a bit of spice. I am from the east coast of South Africa. We like spice here. So I'm going to start with the mayonnaise with dolphin safe. Mayo, never mind. Let's get that. I'm doing that thing again. 1, 2, 3, safe. I think I might be getting to be OCD because I have this thing where I have to count 3 times over, my cups and utensils. So I don't know what that's about. But it helps me stay calm. So we'll probably keep doing that. Oh. Jesus. I like to start with some mayo. You know what's also good? Cheese and tomato. Maybe I should do that. I only put mayo on the one slice because it oozes through to the other slices anyway. The other side. You know what? I'm gonna do tomato because tomatoes make me feel like warm inside, so I need to feel warm inside right now. So normally I'll just like do one side, not that much. And this definitely chases away the summer blues because it's summer here. Summer, summertime, and the living is easy. Fish are jumping. Where's my auto tune? When you need it. And then I like to add the cheese because it stops the tomato from like getting soggy and making the bread fall apart. So cheese first. I end up using like 15 knives in the end of this process, which is insane. You know, the best grilled cheese is any grilled cheese that wasn't made by you. Food always tastes better when somebody else made it. I know I cover the cheese up so much because it dries out in the fridge if you don't. Have you noticed that? And it's such a waste. Normally you could use like a potato peeler just to save, but I like thick slices. Not too thick, but just enough to cover the slice, and then you can add your tomato. Tomato. You get the idea. And then I like to add the black pepper now. This is when the black pepper comes in. I'm like addicted to cheese. So much for my health image. Eating fruits all the time. That's what they did to me. They made me a cheese addict. So I like to add the pepper now. Because just cheese, white cheese and black pepper, I'm not gonna need chili flakes, by the end of this. I mean, look at that. Have a look at that. Yum. Oh. Ooh. Yum. Oh. Did you get that? Okay, and tomato. So I like the tomato with the skin on. It just just tastes better. Take out the core, or the top of the core. I should be using a paring knife, but I'm not washing 15 million dishes. At 4 o'clock in the morning. I mean, most people are sleeping right now, and we've been on here playing our silly games. Trying to figure out, how could true love go so wrong? Well, because of lies. Remember that movie, True Lies? Yeah, that's why. True love was true lies. How can you not love tomatoes? I mean, look at that. Yum, yum. Oh. I do. I do. Then, then, a bit of salt. First, let's put this back. This one. Can have this tomorrow. Or today. You know when you're in love and you always do that thing where you stay up all night and talk, pillow talk. Well, this is like that. Except I'm single because my ex tried to kill me. So yes, I need to go get more salt, clearly. But I like a sprinkling, so that works fine as well. And then some chili flakes. Just a bit, just a touch. And then if you're gonna do chili flakes, you might as well do mustard. Mustard really brings out the mayo. And then I don't know about you, but But I do like a bit of honey for some reason. Honey and mustard, that's why. Now, if that killer chef is watching from jail, this is how you make a grilled cheese sandwich, not that crap he fed me for a year. He was supposed to be a world-class chef. His stuff tasted like dish soap. Okay. So once you've done that, I need to go get more bread one of these days. Maybe we'll go out tomorrow and get some. I don't know. Hey. So some people would put the butter or the margarine before they build the sandwich. But I like to smash it down now, gently, stick it together, make sure it's all nice and compact. You know, a bit of garlic wouldn't hurt, but I wouldn't use it in this because it's just, you want that feeling that you had as a kid. Simple. When everything was simple and no one was trying to kill you for insurance money. Let's get some butter. This is quite hot. So I just like to literally fry it when it's already made. Now, when you flip it, that's the part that requires talent. Because you're flipping two things at once. I hate when I use a dirty knife and then I get surprised when like bits are stuck in my butter of pepper. Hey, so let's get this show on the road. So I just like to melt it in there, create a nice little covering at the bottom, a pool of beautiful butter. When I used to be an English teacher, I used to teach them Betty Butter bought a bit of bitter butter, a bit of bitter butter, Betty Butter bought. But now all of that's gone, so. You know, women are really crap because they think they can just damage a man's life and career and get away with it. That's the sad part. Maybe they're the actual naive ones, and maybe I've been sent to teach a lesson. I've been brought forth to teach a lesson. There we go. Oh, already took it out. Look. Okay. You don't want to burn the grilled cheese. You just want it nice and golden brown. Sometimes the butter burns really quickly and then you have to like be super duper quick and check. You also don't want it like soggy, so make sure it's toasted but not burned. And yes, you want the cheese to melt and the tomatoes to soak into the bread a little bit. Oh, that's a nice toast on that side. Other side is still a bit yellow. Let's flip it back. So if any of you have actually listened to the music that I ended up putting out after everything, there's a song on there called Night Game. And that's how I felt that night I had to escape. I actually wrote that song from the perspective of the lady who helped me at the South African embassy. Because she really, really felt like Morpheus and I was Neo. She was guiding me through the phone after I left the safe house. Now that's a toasted cheese, people. You know, not that hard. But the supposedly award-winning chefs who were cooking it for me at the Philippines were apparently incompetent, even at that. I think that's why I don't trust French people anymore. I definitely take the Brits over the French, the Americans over the French any day of the week. Yes. I do. I don't even like Frenchie from Greece anymore because of those people. When I finish, I'm also going to add black pepper again. I like to have it on the inside and the outside. I mean, it's not a grilled cheese without black pepper, is what I'm saying. It has to have it. This is going to be a good one. Can just feel it. When you get the right butter to bread ratio, you can feel it. Mm. So when I left the safe house, I had to go. We still thought we were being followed, okay, so and being watched. So I had to go with someone else while other people went. It's like we did a decoy run. So there were 5 cars that left the safe house because there were other people there. The guy who fell asleep woke up in the morning and he was like, okay, you gotta go. We had already called the embassy and everything by then, but now we think we're being watched. So we had 5 decoy cars, 4 decoy cars, and 1 car that I was in, and we went in different directions. And first I said I was going to the airport, but I didn't. See how good that is? Nice and golden. Then we flip it. Oh my gosh. And guess what I'm gonna have to drink? Yeah, Coca-Cola. Almost there. You just know that golden brown, like caramelized um, color, and then it brings out the taste, you know? It's not like toast toast. It's better. And if it's not toasted enough, then it doesn't really give the desired effect. Oh my gosh. Everyone else is sleeping in the world, and I'm here cooking. Because even sleep feels like some kind of, I don't know. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Whew. Now that is a toasted cheese sandwich. Okay. Cheese and tomato. Okay. I like to cut mine into triangles. It's... Oh, yum. Yum, 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 yum. Okay. Well, that one, the cheese has already started to set again, but it's still ooey gooey. But this one is still hot. So let's see. Are we gonna have the cheesy effect? Kind of, you know. But you want to let it sit before you cut it because you don't want all the cheese coming out like that, even though it looks pretty cool. You just want it ooey gooey enough. Still held in place, you know? I still find myself looking out the windows every couple of minutes. Well, not minutes, but you know. If there's a moral to this story, it's probably don't fall in love. Just stay single. You were born alone, you'll leave the earth alone. Always add pepper at the end. And get some Coca-Cola. Might need to go get more Coke as well. I'm gonna take this down and I'll be right back. Nothing like a good old cheese sandwich in the middle of the night. Now, I don't know about you, but I tend to enjoy being up at night lately. I'm not like trying to fall asleep because before I used to be trying to fall asleep and it just wasn't happening. But now, oh, can you hear me? Papa, can you hear me? This vertical thing is something else, isn't it? Okay, that'll have to do. Papa, can you see me and hear me? This is a very precarious position to be in, but I want to eat. I always feel like at night the energy is better because everyone else is sleeping in the world and it's like you can think, it's like your psychic energy is clear. mm, mm. When I was still in love, we would stay up at night on like Fridays on the weekend and we'd just sit and imagine, like paint our future. What do we want to achieve? Where did we want to go? She even told me that she was gonna take us to Japan because she had connections with the boss and we could go on this private plane. And I should have known it was all BS. Mmm. Mm. 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 A grilled cheese never disappoints, Not like humans. Mm. Anyway, we would call our little conversations night games. No. And that's not, a name we came up with. Her mom actually came up with that. She's like, "Oh, you guys playing your night games? What are you doing up?" Because sometimes we'd be online on WhatsApp in the middle of the night, but we'd be talking to each other, and our family would be able to see that we're online in the middle of the night. And then they would be like, "What are you doing on WhatsApp in the middle of the night?" "I'm just talking to my girl." Oh, you guys are playing your night games." Well, yeah, I just didn't know that I was the target. I should shave, but I don't want to leave the house and sit in a chair with the man holding a razor to my neck. Plus, I don't want to look attractive anymore. I want to like disappear into the background. So the crazier I look, the better. Then no one's gonna come talk to me, and then I'll be safe.
Mm. Everybody will leave me alone. And they can't get me. Mm. Mm. There's nothing like good food. Not just the taste, but like the memories of it. This is taking me back to being like, what, 8 years old? Going for a sleepover at my friend's house, and we're gonna watch a movie that we probably shouldn't be watching, like a Quentin Tarantino film. I don't even know how we were allowed to get Quentin Tarantino films like out the video shop, but we did, the DVD shop, whatever. I like calling it a video shop. It makes me feel cool, like I'm a Gen Xer. My ex was a Gen X. That's another thing. I used to like dating older women because I thought that they definitely weren't as. I thought they were more mature. I thought it would be safer. But it's like young girls just want you for money and security, and older women kind of want the same thing but in a different way. They know how to set you up. Well, not me. The thing is, when I was sitting on that bed and the aliens were like, "Do you want to live?" I said yes, and they said why. And I said because I want to have a family one day. And that's why my ex couldn't play me. That's why she couldn't like get me. Because I wasn't after money. I wasn't after all the things that money can get you, like access and special treatment and, you know, jumping the line and stuff. I was after family, so they couldn't trick me. They couldn't play me. They just didn't know how. Was I desperate? Maybe. But if I was desperate for anything, it was for my dream of having a family. And I guess I stayed because, you know, I thought she was the one. She probably thought I was staying for, you know, all the trips to Japan we were supposed to have. Because she probably felt insecure because she was older. Meanwhile, I didn't care about that. So I could see through everything. Ultimately, that's why I won the night game. Because I wasn't lying. When we would sit there and have pillow talk, I was actually being genuine. And I think that's how you win, you know? As long as you don't lie, as long as you're always like yourself and true, somehow you get out of it. You know? Mm. 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 So yum. Mm. Mm. The mustard really brings out the mayo. Mm. It's like a warm hug from your childhood. Oh, yum. Mm. Why can't girls be as simple as a toasted cheese sandwich? I'm so glad I added tomatoes. Mm. But I have to say, you have to be a pretty brave woman to lie on a man. Especially lying about something that's easily disprovable, you know? There has to be either you're like insane or you are so corrupt that you think you can buy anyone and make anyone in authority take your side. But I always say to myself, you have no authority over the Galactic Federation of Worlds. What the heck are you thinking? Like, to your funeral, I'll be chilling, eating my toasted cheese. Mmm, my beautiful layering. I should just get fat, grow my hair out, and then no one will like me. Then I can be alone forever, safe and sound. That's what I'm gonna do. hmm And I'll just make music in my little hole, and I'll do everything digitally. Hmm. Safe, safe and sound. Mm. The pepper's the thing. Are those birds chirping? I should go outside and see what it's sunrise. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Now that was a toasted cheese. Mmm. Do I have crumbs on my beard? I'll keep them there. Add to my look. Remember that book by Roald Dahl, The Twits or something? And they had like he used to have Mr. Twit and Mrs. Twit. Is that the right word? Yeah, I think so. And he had food in his beard. Excuse me. I used to love that book at school because I used to think, wow, even Mr. Twit can get a wife. I'll be fine. Little did I know. Oh, I like that feeling on your tongue when you have something peppery and spicy, and then you have a Coke, and then it like fizzles and sizzles on your tongue, and you can't just have one sip. You have to like, ugh, there's nothing like a Coke. It just dances on your tongue, like it interacts with the spiciness, and I think these are the things that I like about Earth. All of these little sensual sensations, you know? My mouth feels greasy. Mm. Can you hear the birds? We've been up so long. Oh, that was a good one. Excuse me. Just burping the baby. I mean, since I'm not going to be burping my own babies, I might as well be my own baby. Sometimes I feel stupid and embarrassed about other little things that I did. It sucks talking about it because it makes me feel like I got played. Excuse me, but I didn't. Because I won, I survived. Or maybe I'm just saying that to make myself feel better because I did show parts of myself that I never showed to anyone else. I was even like corny with her. I remember once we had stayed up all night doing our night game thing, and in the morning I wanted to make pancakes for some reason. Maybe because I saw it in a rom com once, and I didn't just make pancakes. No, I I know it's gonna be hard to believe, but I didn't used to look like this. I used to be hot. And this is what heartbreak will do to you. And so, yeah, at the time, I Am I allowed to say this on a live? I went to the kitchen wearing nothing but an apron and made pancakes. And when she woke up, it was like this romantic thing, and she took a video of it. Because, when you love someone, you can take videos of each other doing intimate things and everything's fine. But now I'm like, that thing's probably on the dark web. So if you see me making pancakes in the bath, wearing nothing but a yellow apron on the dark web, cheers. Call the cops. Okay. I can't trust anyone. There were probably even cameras in the apartment. Excuse me, for all I know. There's probably a whole library of me in the dark web doing a lot of things. Like sometimes I would it's weird because when I say it now, it makes me seem dumb, but I was drugged. So at the time, really, it didn't make me stop, but it should have made me think when I would go to work and people would have conversations about things that I was doing in the apartment by myself. I remember one time I spilled the coffee beans on the floor, coffee grounds, and I didn't sweep it up. I just used a wet vac. And you're supposed to sweep it up first and then vacuum the stuff. And no one was there, just me. And then I went to work, and randomly, that creep who fixes the pools was like, you're supposed to sweep before you vacuum. And I was like, okay. It's like they wanted me to know they knew, but they wanted me to think I was going crazy. That was the gist of it. And they were so confident in their plan in killing me that they thought that they could just, rub it in my face. It's called duper's delight. That's what they were doing. But now that I escaped, it's like you guys gave yourselves away. Because there's nothing worse than if I had escaped, but I didn't know or I wasn't sure and then I felt crazy. That would be worse. So, in a way, I'm glad that they told me what they were doing. I'm glad that I found out that they were already criminals on the run. I'm just disappointed that I had to go through that, considering the fact that I have alien connections. But I guess that's probably why I had to go, because I'm the only one who could survive. Everyone else just disappeared. And then someone was like, "Oh, why didn't you tell the media? Everyone needs." I'm like, when I was a kid, we heard stories about this, and the media just said it was panic, satanic panic. So, of course, I'm not going to tell the media. They're in on it. tell the media. Because the media runs on advertising from billionaires who are Satanists. So why are they going to lose their jobs over that? Over my little stupidity. You know what I will miss about being in a relationship? Back massages. It's the only thing you can't do for yourself, you know? Can do everything else. Can't give yourself a good back massage. Nope. And now every time I think about somebody like straddling me on my back, I do not get a warm, fuzzy feeling. I get like, oh my gosh, what if they have a knife? Oh, I want to lie down. That's what I want to do. So, let's not get oil everywhere. Welcome to the night game. My nice beard. This should keep all the girls away. No one should come up and talk to me. It's like wildly overgrown. And I never ever comb my hair now. I don't even cut the split ends. I want people to look at me and run away. Then at least I'll be safe. Because I don't have the heart to tell people to F off. So I'd rather they just leave before I have to tell them to go. Because maybe I won't have it in me to. Because maybe deep down I know I have to do these missions. I call them missions now. It's less painful than, you know. I fell in love with the Satanist and she tried to sacrifice me. Rather call it a mission. It's more life affirming. Baby steps in rebuilding my psyche, my damaged psyche. Can you hear the birds outside? The sun must be coming up. Just me and the camera
And those wonderful people out there in the dark watching. It's safe. I honestly don't know how I'm gonna trust a woman ever again. So I'm probably just gonna be single forever. And I'll only get to experience romance through my song lyrics. I mean, I think that's gonna have to be enough. Because in my mind, she can't betray me. But if she's real, I have no idea what she's thinking. I have no idea if she's lying to me or not. Whoever she might be. So that was the Airwick Haze thing. Automatic spray. So for the first 3 months, I couldn't sleep. I was beside myself. And then I wrote the music, and I found out that she was a wanted criminal. That helped me get my insurance policy. And so I was able to calm down, and I started going out, shopping and stuff. Um, but not really hanging out with anyone. Definitely not dating, like at all. When I see couples, I just assume they're all miserable inside and they're just lying and putting on this facade of love. And it kind of grosses me out now. The only time I ever really felt true love in a non sexual way was with my best friend, guy friend, as a kid. Why can't they make a man into a woman and then we can have babies? Like, they need to find out that technology. Because I could never imagine a guy being so devious, using love as a trap. I cannot see that. But then again, Judas did it to Jesus. So, and Brutus did it to Julius Caesar. So, I don't know. Maybe all of them are just bad. See, gotta be single. It's the only way. Just you and the non physical beings from different dimensions. That's all. We were all born alone. We all leave this planet alone. So maybe we're supposed to live alone. Maybe that's the the point of everything, and everything else is just deception and illusion. Like, you know how they say some restaurants use low lights, dim lights to make everyone look good, like, especially if you're on a date. That's what this world is. It's like dark, but not dark enough that you don't see anything. Just enough light so you can see stuff, but dark enough where you can't see all the bad stuff. Dark enough where people can hide all their shadows. And in a way, they look cute, you know? Like she was always very busy, busy. And I thought that was cute. Like I thought it was attractive that she was all about work, but she was probably texting her little thieving friends and like texting about me. Like, yeah, I've got him now. Yeah, I'm telling him that. Tell him this. Oh yeah, he's buying that. Yeah, like in the dark, the shadows look appealing. Sometimes even sexy, but it's a trap. And women are good at making their psychotic features look appealing. I've learned. And as a guy, you think you are the missing piece in her life that will give her stability and direction. Mm-mm. She already knows what she wants. She already knows what she's going to do. She doesn't need our help. Eve didn't go ask anyone for help. She just listened to the devil, took the apple, made up her own mind, and then told Adam. Hmm. Well, he didn't know. I didn't know. Maybe we're just doomed to repeat the same cycles as our forefathers. Until when, though? Like, how long? Is it just something we all have to go through? Hmm, I don't know. But I don't want to play. My back feels way better now. So I don't need anyone. I just do it myself. I don't need anyone. I'm strong. I'm a man, god damn it. I don't need anyone. What happened to the birds? They just like Maybe that was them. That's another thing with signs. I mean, why can't they just communicate? Like, obviously, why does it always have to be signs and symbols? Why can't they, like, call us on the telephone and say, hey, this is what's happening? It's like you have to read the signs. That's why I don't care about signs anymore. Because whatever's going to happen is going to happen. So, if there's one thing I know, it's that I'm safe because they always seem to get me out. So then why should I look at signs? Just do whatever I want, which is stay indoors, not go outside, and I'll be good. Except the shop. Maybe we should go to the shop tomorrow and get some bread and coke or something. Maybe we should go to the beach. I don't know if I'm. Yeah, we should, maybe. I don't know. I always feel like making these plans at night, and then when the sun comes up, I only end up doing like half of them, and never the half that involves me leaving the house. It's always like, oh, I'll clean the toilets today, and I'll go for a run. And I just end up cleaning the toilets only. But I mean, I have to eventually go out and rejoin the population. But I need to do it in a way that I don't have to really rejoin society. I have to do it in a way where no one will bother me. And I think if I get fat and keep my hair a mess and don't shave, I'll be safe. But I don't want my hair to fall out, so I mean, I'll still treat it, but I'm definitely not gonna comb it or make it look good. Uh, I used to have like cornrows and stuff, and then I was like, no, we're not doing that. I'm not being vain anymore. Mm-hmm. Because it attracts the psychos. And yeah, that's the other thing. It's not like I'm a psycho magnet. I've never had a psychotic girlfriend. I mean, they might have had problems, but nothing like this. Nothing criminal. This was, I was dealing with the criminal mind. I was, I was in a real life episode of Criminal Minds, and I had no idea. Oh my gosh, a criminal mind. Imagine dating a criminal. Oh my god. A female criminal at that. There's nothing worse. Because it's so unnecessary. I mean, at that stage, you're literally just a low vibrational person. I mean, jeez.
Let's see. Oh, and she was deaf, by the way. Not like full on, but in one ear. And I mean, look, that was something that I did kind of feel, I guess, bad about, and maybe that's why. I know it's a stupid thing to say, but I was drugged, okay? I wasn't thinking clearly. But I was like, someone who's deaf in one ear, she said she was bullied in school. So I was like, well, she's definitely not gonna be evil. She's definitely gonna be a good person, a good girl. She's half deaf. She knows what it's like being bullied. Why is she gonna? But then I realized, because I was bullied as well, but then I realized, hey, some people, but I had aliens, okay? I had aliens giving me instructions on how to overcome the bullying. She probably didn't have aliens. And so she probably resented the people who bullied her. And maybe that's when she decided to become a psycho. Like at that age, because she even told me once that she doesn't do like any drugs or anything because when she was a teenager, she had a really bad trip. And I think that's part of the whole thing. Like she was bullied and she was in a low emotional state and she tried drugs to escape and then, or psychedelics to escape, hallucinogens. And then she, you know, listened to these demonic voices who probably told her that everyone is evil and she has to be a psycho and only protect herself and everyone else is enemy number one. And she just stayed that way because she didn't even have any kids, not even like secret babies, you know? If you're her age, you should at least have some kids. I mean, I think she was just built evil and she was getting away with it to the point of confidence where she messed up. She messed up with me. It's just sickening, you know? Like I have a family. I have people who love me and you think you're just going to kill me just like that for money. Ugh, disgusting. Humans are disgusting. And by the way, I asked the aliens why, long ago when I was a kid, why don't they just come here? I mean, that's why earlier I said they should give us a call because they don't like coming here. So I'm like, at least phone me on the telephone. um, because they don't like coming here in like physical form because they say that this place is dirty and they only come here when they're sent here and they have to, but otherwise they don't like it here because where they come from it's so much better and I've been there and it's no comparison to Earth. Whenever I go there I can feel the love that they have for me when I'm there. Like everybody there is super loving in a way I've never felt on Earth. On Earth, I feel this like weird vibe from people. I don't know. It's like people don't want me here in a way. Or it's like I'm not supposed to be in this dimension anyway. And it's not just me, like some of my friends have a similar thing, and I feel like we are probably in the same boat, but then why? Hmm. Like, what's the point? And maybe there is no point. Maybe it's just all a game. Maybe it's just an evolutionary thing and we aren't supposed to do anything except just be here for now until we're not. Maybe we aren't even allowed to have children because maybe it messes up some karmic balance thing. Like if we have kids, then they're gonna attract these weird experiences and then it's gonna unbalance the, I don't know. But every day that goes by, and I'm like just in here, I don't mind it. I don't feel like I'm missing anything. I don't feel like I'm running out of time for my destiny. I feel like this is my destiny to hide. Not hide, that doesn't sound right, but you know what I mean. To not participate in the world anymore, to just write about it, to just write about the world that I want to see, that I want to be in. And who knows, maybe someone will listen to my music one day and they'll decide to bring in the world I'm singing about. Maybe it'll inspire them to do something creative to bring the world in. Imagine if it inspires someone to my music inspires someone to like create a whole revolution, burn burn the world down. No, 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 no. Don't do that. I mean, do it figuratively, not realistically. But that day hasn't come yet, so I don't think so. uh, I should have known something was wrong when I was teaching every single day, and nobody once, not even my ex, would come and check on me. I was ready to get audited every day, and no one came to audit my classes. I like had my lesson plan, I had my syllabus, I had everything ready to go. Like I was gonna explain my whole plan. I was ready and waiting for someone to ask me what my actual structure was gonna be, how I was planning to reach the milestones that I'd set forth in their reading and phonetic, what phonological awareness development schedule. I mean, I had them reading decodable readers on the sixth month. That is unheard of. Normally, and they were on like unit 11 of decodable readers. No other teacher can do that. And to think it was all fake, I mean, they benefited out of it. Even though they were lying, they still learned English. And I know it's going to sound sick because they tried to kill me, but I'm kind of annoyed that no one's ever going to know what a good English teacher I was.
all because of some stupid. Ugh. Whew, let it go. Let it go. I think I used to define myself through my work. Like if I was doing a good job, then it meant I was a good person, or it meant that I was meant to be here. And maybe it would have been different if I was a fraud, if I was an imposter. Maybe it wouldn't feel so bad, but the fact that I was genuinely good and that was the thing that was used against me and then taken from me, that makes me feel like, oh, I'm probably not supposed to be in this dimension. Because it's like, if you're going to take something good and turn it into something shameful and evil, because I used to love being in front of a class. Now I resent it. I don't even want to see. I don't know. It's just, but at the same time, I miss it. And so I have to, I guess, just leave it. It's too complicated. And obviously, it just wasn't meant to be. So now I just surrender myself to whatever comes as long as I don't have to do anything with other people um, directly. Making music is cool because I can do it remotely and just send the link to someone else to add the drums, and then send a link to someone else to play guitar, and someone else can put auto tune on my vocals. I just have to, you know, write it, but I don't have to deal with anyone directly. And I think that I get to manage it. So I still feel a sense of like accomplishment, but I don't have to have other people like in a class where you get your sense of accomplishment because you can see the results from the students. Now I see the results from managing, you know, a team of people. Well, they manage themselves. I mean, they're very skilled. Uh, Sometimes I'll just write a song and I'll send them a demo with just humming or a guitar. And the technology is amazing today that you can just hum a tune into an app and it'll turn your humming into a basic song. And then you just, you know, send that through and then wait for them to send you back like pretty good versions, and you just pick which version you like. It feels like in the olden days when, you know, you used to hear celebrities talking and like, oh yeah, I made 800 songs and I only chose 12 of the best to go on the album. And
yeah, we had like all these demos, and I just get whenever I get a demo, I just can't wait to press play. Remember those interviews celebrities used to do? And we were kids and we thought, oh, that's so fun. And now it turns out half of them were being like baby oiled and stuff. And then I'm like, what? So they were lying to me this whole time? Like, work hard, you can do it. No, it's baby oil. So it's like, is anything real anymore? I don't know. That's why I'm not leaving the house. I'm not going to a studio. I'm making music on my phone in the house remotely. I'm not going to parties. I'm not going to awards. Keep your awards, please. I I I'm fine. Just as long as my music reaches the people who need it, I'm okay. Um, I don't need all the other stuff because it was never ever what I wanted. Just wanted to teach. So I can't do that. I'll make music instead. And hopefully my lyrics and my awesome chord progressions can teach you something about life. You know, the song Night Game, it's actually kind of like I was debating whether or not I should tell people this. But it's based on gospel. It's a gospel house song, and I wanted to use gospel not because of, you know, any kind of agenda. I wanted to use gospel because I wanted it to have, you know, like that song by Leonard Cohen, Hallelujah. It's not really a gospel song, but it has that chord progression that raises your I don't know, your spirit up. It makes you feel like you're being abducted. And I wanted that sound in Night Game. And if you listen to it, it I don't want to get emotional because there were a couple of songs that made me cry during the mastering process. Because when I'm writing, I'm kind of like, I'm not here. When I'm writing music, it's like I'm just gone. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to do it in those 3 months after all of this happened because I didn't want to be here. I didn't even know what was real and what was not real. I had to go back like a year and go through everything that happened to me and sort out what was real, what wasn't real, what I thought was happening versus what was actually happening. And it's too much. So I was like, no, I'm gonna go write a record and I'm gonna escape to another dimension. And so with Night Game, especially, and with Vikeli, I was in another space, another dimension when I wrote those songs. And so I didn't really have a chance. And this always happens with me and music. I'm so like desperate in a sense to get it right that I don't allow myself to feel anything because I'm always nervous it might fail and then no one's ever going to hear the song. So I don't really allow myself the chance to enjoy it past the lyric stage. When I'm writing the lyrics, that's when I feel closest to this higher power, this source, right? Because it always feels like the words are coming through me and to me, and it always makes me feel kind of special that I'm allowed to tap into this. And some people take days to write songs, but I write songs in as much time as it takes to listen to it. You know, like 5, 10 minutes, an hour maybe, refining it. But like I get song ideas and I can write it quickly. Because for me, writing songs is about capturing a specific emotion at a specific time. And emotions change quickly. And so writing for days or hours might get you a better song probably, but for me it's not about that. For me it's about feeling an emotion and capturing it through story. And so with Night Game especially, first of all, I wanted a black magic feel. I wanted that song to encapsulate all the things that they did to me, and then the actual I guess the victory part of it, it was like, this is all that you did, and I still won. I still escaped, type of thing. So there's this song, ah, gosh, what is it called? Your grandma and my grandma sitting by the fire. Oh, I can't do that song. Now that song was used in a horror movie about black magic, about hoodoo. And so I love it, has this New Orleans sound to it, or New Orleans, as they say in the South. And I wanted that sound, that kind of Afro jazzy, funky kind of thing. But I'm from South Africa where house music is number one. So I wanted it rooted in house music, especially here on the East Coast. I mean, we are like the center of house music in the world, I think, the East Coast of South Africa. So I wanted that element, which is why it has that like, it sounds like people are doing voodoo or hoodoo, sorry. Voodoo is a religion. They pray, they believe in God, have saints and stuff. I'm talking about hoodoo, folk magic, American folk magic, you know. And so I wanted that sound. So that's why it has that like, it sounds like it just sounds very demonic and scary. um, and then I wanted to transform that as the song went on into this kind of god, kind of holy sound. Okay, so I, in between to bridge it, I used the lyrics to kind of hold that transitional wave. So the song starts off, you know, in that deep, scary place. And when I wrote it from the perspective of the lady at the South African embassy who saved me. I say she saved me, and you know, I had a lot of help. But ultimately, she was able to get my passport, and that's what I needed. I remember I was just like, I just want to go home. I just want to go home. I just want to go home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. And she helped me get there. She was Glenda the Good Witch. Um, and so I wrote the song as if she was singing to me, now that I was back home and I'd escaped. And when I was mastering the song, that's when it hit me. That's when I could hear it. Because when you master the song, it's done. You're not adding anything else, you're not remixing anything. So that's when I could actually listen to the song and not panic. You know, did I do this right note? Is this transitioning correctly? Are people gonna understand why I'm changing the second verse to a different kind of syncopation? No, I can get to listen to it. And that I cried. I didn't even expect to cry, but I was just bawling. And it was the first time I'd cried since I'd left, since everything had started. I was crying over a song about how happy I was that I escaped. It was very surreal. I also cried when I was listening to the Vikeli song. I also, I wouldn't say cried in the sign, but I definitely felt haunted because the sign is how I felt in the actual moment in bed when I thought it was over. And then I saw the sign. And I realized that whenever you see a sign, that means you are aligned to the design of the universe and you are at the right place at the right time. Even if it's a sign that you think is something bad, if something bad was going to happen, then you wouldn't have seen the sign. So when you see the sign, because I mean, I had three birds die on me. Um, the place I used to teach was this glass building, kind of like not a building, like an enclave in the retirement village. So it's like a glass room and everyone can see in. And it's almost like I was in a giant TV and everyone was watching. But three birds knocked into those glass windows in succession, like one after the other. And that was a bad sign. But the fact that I got those signs and the fact that I'm still alive, to me, that's an alignment. And the fact that those birds sacrificed their lives so that I would pay attention. I just feel like, why does it have to be this way? I just don't understand. It doesn't make sense. There has to be other ways to stop evil. So, Night Game starts off really like demonic sounding, and then the lyrics kind of, I don't sugarcoat it in that song. I tell you as it is, you know. I don't try and coddle you and try and make you feel like everything's okay because it's not. Um, but at the end of the song, when all that drumming falls away and you just have that resonant tone, and it just like rises and rises, and it's like this gospel kind of thing. That part made me cry because it came together the way I wanted it to come together, and it musically, sonically communicated the feeling that I wanted you to feel when you listen to that song. You feel what I felt. And that's what I enjoyed about it. And that's what made me cry. I mean, the fact that I survived and then was able to put that feeling into music, and then to think in an alternate timeline, none of that would have happened. But there is no such timeline because, you know, the aliens, the galactics, they know what they're doing. And there's no way that they would ever fail. And that's the only thing that I guess I can say with confidence that they know what they're doing. You know, they are not making stuff up as they go along like a lot of humans do. The aliens, the galactics, they know who we are. I mean, they spend time with us. They know how we'll react. I told my ex, because she was the CEO and she had to deal with a lot of disciplinary issues and stuff. And one day I said to her, well, you know, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And she looked at me all shocked, like, huh? And I should have been worried at that moment because how can you be a boss and not know something so simple that, why is that shocking? I mean, it's something that you should have heard about in a CEO seminar. Why? Yeah, it's like, oh, so you don't care. You just want to do your own thing. I have to let it go. But I definitely don't think I don't. I want to say I don't believe in soulmates anymore. I don't believe in twin flames anymore. But I still have that part of me that says it's real. I still have that part of me that wants it somehow for myself. And I don't know if that part of me is the destructive part of me that just wants, that is asking for trouble, that just wants to be caught up in another situation until I realize that love isn't real, at least not between two people. Or if it's real, if it's like a sign that I shouldn't give up hope, that I should keep going. I don't know. Maybe I'm definitely not going to stick around to find out. Let's put it that way. Because now, even if it's like Zendaya, if Zendaya just, found my online, profile and she was like, love at first sight, and she called me and she was like, I love you. I have to be with you. It's written in the stars. The first thing I'm gonna think is Zendaya is gonna kill me for insurance money. It's just, I feel like I know too much. I know too much to ever enjoy being in love. And by the way, it should be illegal to take out insurance on people without their knowledge. That should not be a thing. Because I was signing documents in Philippines. I don't know what I was signing. So I'm not I'm not sorry. I don't think I'll ever fall in love again. But maybe love should just be something that we do on TV anyway, or in music, you know? That it shouldn't be something we actually do. It should just be part of our entertainment, and after an hour and a half, we get over it. Go back to the real world. Alone. Mm. Did I finish my drink? Man, I've had so much Coca Cola, I feel like I'm gonna turn into one. Mm. I can hear my heart beating in my chest. And this is, well, the past couple of weeks, it's the first time it's actually been beating at somewhat normal rate because the first 3 months felt like I had a jackhammer in my heart. It felt like I was having a heart attack. It felt like a panic attack, but worse. Like I was trying to stay above water, very shallow breathing, just anxious all the time. And if I tried to talk to someone about it, I just sounded insane. So then I stopped talking to people until it went away. But I still feel like I wasn't able to get like a full cathartic moment. I still haven't even gotten a hug from anyone after all of this. I just wish I could fall into someone's arms and just be like, okay, hold me, let me disappear, like protect me. It's nothing. It's like a cold, numb feeling. And there's no way to end it. I mean, I can eat something and feel good because of the sugar rush. I can drink Coke and, feel good because of the fizzy taste on my tongue. But I can't stop my heart uh, from not being scared that I don't know why this happened and it might happen again. Or that even if I did know why it had to happen, who's to say it won't happen again anyway? What if it's just my lot in life? It's just my thing. If there was a way, well, I think a hug would make it better, but I don't trust anyone enough. Cause I mean, yeah, it's no one. You can give someone a hug, but you can feel if it's real or if it's not. You know what I mean? So I don't know if there's anyone whose hug would actually make me feel safe. That's the thing. That's what I want. I want to feel safe. And I have no idea how to do that or where to get that from. Even though I'm technically probably the safest person on earth, I don't feel that way. I wonder how I can feel that way. Maybe I just convince myself. Maybe I should go out later. Maybe that'll kind of make me feel better. Maybe, look, my hair keeps falling out. I'm just stressed. I. I'll give it a couple of weeks. Hopefully, this oil treatment will work. And then I won't feel so bad anymore. Because, I mean, geez. Okay, that's pretty tight. I just wish I had the answers so that I could give them to you. And I wouldn't mind if that was possible. Because I'm not even those type of people who are trying to stop bad things from happening. I mean, bad things happen, that makes sense. But I don't want to live in a world where bad things happen without any kind of, you know, order. It has to be some kind of order. You know, if you do something bad, then consequences should happen that make everyone else who doesn't do bad things feel like they also have someone looking out for them or something, protecting them. Otherwise, why should anyone be good if only the bad people kind of get away, in a sense? What's the motivation? Why don't we all just be bad? But some of us can't because we have something called conscience. So why do some people have a conscience and some people don't? Maybe they do, but they don't listen to it. So why should we listen to our conscience? Why don't we just take the law into our own hands? Because it's wrong and we know it. We can feel it's wrong. So then what's our recourse? What else can we do? I know. Stay inside the house and never go outside. Except to go shopping. or to get fresh air. When I came back, I've always been like anti-gun, but when I came back, I was like, I need to get protection because I'm not asking any questions. I'll shoot first and ask questions later. It just changes your personality being through something like that. I mean, I used to be woke. I used to be like, oh, don't judge. Just let anyone do and say whatever they want because we are all equals. Now I'm like, no, I'm judging. I think you're a weirdo creep and, get away from me. And I don't care if that makes me look bad, as long as I'm safe and I'm alive. And maybe that's just getting older. That's just what you have to learn. But somehow that sounds so wrong to me. It sounds like giving up on love, on innocence. And it's kind of like maybe that's what the bad people want. They want you to give up on love and goodness like them. And maybe that's what they win. Maybe that's what they demons that they listen to when they're high on drugs. Maybe that's what that's their mission. Their mission is to turn you against love. It's a battle of love and no love. It's so sad. And maybe our mission is not to make them find or figure out, that true love is real. Maybe our mission is to just stop them from doing it to someone else. Well, I'm glad I stopped her from doing it to someone else. I mean, I don't get my stuff back. I don't get my love back. But at least she won't be hurting anyone else. Her or that whole cabal. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Love. What is love? Is it something you can manifest, like a brand new car? Uh, I don't know. Maybe, maybe later today we should go for a walk out in nature. I mean, no one else will be there, hopefully. I should go during the day when everyone else is at work And then we can do a whole day outside, somewhere, somewhere secluded, private. Maybe the beach, mm, maybe the park. I don't know. I don't know if the mall would be a good idea, but I don't want to be like stuck in this space of just being in between. Like I'm in between the future and the past. What space is that? I I want to fall in love again, but I don't think it's real in this dimension. I think this is just a hellish realm, and no one here knows anything about love. And I got you by mistake, and I can't go back, so I should just wait. But I don't want to wait, just isolated. I want to enjoy the world, but not have to participate in it. And I think if I just keep my scruffy exterior, because that's the nice thing about this planet, actually. It's all based on looks. So, well, not always, but most of the time. So, if I make myself look scruffy and ugly, then I can technically go out and have fun by myself, and it'll be like I'm alone because no one's gonna irritate me. No one's gonna come up and try and seduce me and trick me. And if they do, then I'll know that they are really, really up to something. Because who wants to date this? I mean, it's overgrown. I look like a bag man. It's perfect. No one will ever, ever suspect a thing. Yes. And with all this cheese I've been eating, I should gain like 20 kgs. That should that should do the trick. And I won't have to go out and perform my music. I'll just make videos perform it for me. And I can stay in my own. People won't even recognize me if I do go out. That'll be good. I'll make an AI avatar of myself, skinny, and then I'll just eat a lot in real life. And then no one's gonna get me. Ha ha ha. Uh, I would have finally found a way to be famous and keep my privacy. But fame is a really good way of protection. So maybe it's not that bad because if I'm famous, then I can get security. And if anything happens to me, you guys know who did it. That crazy bitch. My ex. So maybe I should shave, do my hair, get skinny, get a six pack, shake my ass for the fans. Maybe that will be a good idea. No, I don't know. See what I mean? It's like I can't decide on anything because I see all the bad points of everything and also some of the good points. So it's not even like I'm depressed anymore. I'm just like exhausted. I'm exhausted from thinking, from having to figure out what's wrong, who's right, what do people want. Uh, and now I don't care. It's like just easier for me to make up my own opinions, even if they're wrong, and stick to them. Because then at least I'm sticking to something. I'm not just going out and wishing for the best that, oh, everything's going to be okay. No. And it's like the galactics, they just look at me like, oh, they think this is cute. The aliens think that human suffering is cute because it's not real suffering. They see it as like a brain chemical thing that's happening and that it's not really real. It's just a medical thing. You'll get over it. You know what they told me? They told me that emotions are like the weather, they come and go. So don't act based on emotions. That's what the galactic aliens told me. Like, yeah, so what if you feel bad? It's not real, it'll pass. It's true. It does pass sometimes, but it's not like it disappears because, sometimes I think about it, like, how did I end up in this situation? And then I catch myself starting to blame myself, and then I stop myself. I don't let myself go there because I know if I go there, I'm not going to come back. It's not a good place to go, you know? I don't know. I think I need to do something different. I mean, I just can't. Maybe that's the solution. I'll decide. So I'm never falling in love again. Okay, this is the deal. I might still believe in it, love, but I'm never falling in love again. Um, I am going to go outside more often. I'm gonna branch out. I don't know if it'll be, I don't know. I'll decide. Maybe I should promise myself to do it. I just don't know where to go. I don't want to go to the beach because sometimes there's a lot of people there. Maybe just go for a walk. Maybe we can do that. I don't know. I know, you know what? If I go out and stream, no one's going to talk to me. No one's going to bother me. And I can ignore people and I'll just say, oh no, I'm streaming. It won't be like rude. That'll allow me to at least, I think we should do that. At least go out and start to let this go, get back to normal, whatever that is. Yeah, I'll just stream everything. And then literally no one can talk to me. I think that's a good idea. I'm willing to try that. I'm willing to do that today. We'll go out, we'll stream, and at least I'll have you guys. So I won't be completely alone because you guys are like my aliens. You just watch me through a screen from a distance. But you're here, you know what I'm going through, and you get to protect me from all the crazy people in the real world. So yes, I like this idea. Oh, and if it gets like a lot, then we'll just come back. We'll cut. I'll cut and we'll come back. And yeah, no one ever disturbs a person on a camera. So my neck. This is a good time to have a masseuse. Oh. I'm just imagining like going to do normal everyday things like go to the bank, go, go to the grocery store, and always being on a live. And so no one can come up to me or talk to me. And I guess it's also a kind of protection, like, because you guys will see everything in case people try anything dodgy. Um, but just imagine, like, going to the bank or anything, and I'm talking to the live, and then it's almost like I'm treating everyone else in real life as if they're on TV, and everyone on live as if we are actually here together. Imagine how that's gonna be. I think I want to try that. I mean, it's so like insane. I think it'll help me forget everything. And And it's not me being rude. Like, no one can say I'm being rude or being an a-hole. Because it's like, I'm gonna be like, that's gonna be my line. I'm live. I'm live. I'm live. I'm live. It's live. I'm on a live. I'm on a live. It's live. Live. No, no, don't talk to me in real life. Talk to me on the live. That's what I'm gonna say. That's gonna be fun. I think that's gonna be great. I'm on a live. If anyone comes up to me, hey, I'm on a live. Live. On a live. Okay, I can do that. Now, where are we gonna go? We should go to the shop and we should maybe go to the park because, I'm not just gonna throw myself into these situations. I still want, I just want to see how I feel. I want to think about how it feels to be out because, the last time I felt, excuse me, normal going out was when I was still dating, when I thought I was in love. And so quick, so abruptly, it changed. And I haven't even had time to deal with that and mourn with that, like consciously, because I wrote about it in my music, but I haven't come to terms with it. Like if you wanted me to explain it in like me, my life, I cannot explain it because I don't know what is happening. But if you want me to explain it in a metaphorical or creative way, well, of course, there's the music. Go listen to it. It's on Spotify. Night Game ARG 2. But I don't have an answer for myself, let alone for you. I have no idea. If you came here looking for answers, not the right place. And I think though it is important to figure that out and to get back to me. And obviously it won't be the same me as it was a year ago. I've just seen too much. So I guess it's getting back to a type of me, a me that I can live with now that I know what I know without turning into a husk because of what I know that I know. And part of that, I think, is me just cutting myself off from people in certain ways, in 3D ways, because that's kind of like the gateway to pain. It's like, why do we even date strangers? Like, why did I even use an app to find someone? That's like ridiculous. Like, stranger danger. But no, I thought it was soulmates. It shouldn't even be that hard. It shouldn't be on an app. If it's meant to be, it should be already around you. It should be easy. And some people, including me now, think that that's wishful thinking. And so I'd rather just not have any dashed expectations and just cancel the whole thing. Just why? Don't do it. Why? Don't do it. Just be single and don't talk to nobody because they're evil. Oh boy. Oh. Fire is not so bad. That's what I wanted to say earlier. You know, fire is beautiful. Whenever I see my aliens, we in the beginning I talked about how we go up into this white light room thingy, and then they take me to the ocean, and then we get to this other world underneath the ocean. And I was talking about fire and how, like, the world or humans or demons, I don't know, whatever, have twisted fire to mean something bad. And whenever I go, like, when I wake up, whenever I go to the alien realm, when I wake up, I always have this sense of fire, like that I've been through a fire, and not in a bad way, not in a scary way, in a way of punishment, but in a way of like a glorious flame of fire, not like I'm burning, but that I'm clothed in this, I don't know, glorious flame. And I'm not burning, but it like has this clean feeling to it, a clean burning fire. And I feel like, I don't know, for some reason, it doesn't scare me. It makes me feel safe. And I just wish I could bring that feeling out of my dreams and into reality. Because when I was talking about my insides feeling just like completely shattered, if I could feel that feeling of the fire from my dreams in real life, I think it would fix me. I think it would make this feeling go away. But because it's in a dream, you only feel it like right as you wake up, and then it's gone. And I've just been, I guess, trying to find it here, and that's why I'm even on here, because I want to, I guess, stimulate the matrix into giving me some kind of catharsis, some kind of a reason for why this happened, besides the obvious. And if I keep going, I think I might end up finding it, but I'm still scared I might just keep going into another trap. Because what if I'm looking at it all wrong? What if it's not about her? What if she was just there to show me how naive and stupid I am? And what if that's the real problem? What if I do this thing now thinking I'm protecting myself, but actually I'm just falling deeper into my own insecurities and vanity and need for control? Maybe I'm a control freak. And this whole thing is meant to make me like let go of the control. But if I let go of control, then why do you need me here? Why don't you just make me a robot? Why don't you become my puppet master? It doesn't make sense. So I reject the idea of me being a control freak. I just want I just want order. And whenever I say order, I don't mean I want like law and order. I just want things to make sense in a logical fashion. Like you do something bad, then bad things happen to you. You do something good things happen to you. But beyond that, there's also a meaning to it. There's also a why. Why is this bad and why is this good? Otherwise, why do bad people get away with bad things if that's not supposed to happen? So, does that mean it's not bad? Does that mean that they're actually good? Does that mean that they're protecting us from something worse that we don't know? I mean, what if my ex tried to kill me because in the future I turn into a psychopath and I go and try to kill people and she was going to stop me? No, no. But it makes you just like get lost and kind of stuck in this space where you're not going forward, you're not going back, you're not really depressed, but you're not really fine, and you're just happy being nowhere, doing nothing. And you don't relate to anybody, you don't understand what anybody's talking about. And you always look at people. I mean, logically, you think, okay, everybody has problems, everybody's going through something. That's just logic. But then you think, does anyone else really go through this kind of thing? I mean, everybody goes through something, but do they go through cosmic, interdimensional, angel, demon, alien stuff? And you can't tell anyone because then schizophrenic, apparently. So you have to keep it quiet, which makes it worse. And then when it happens to someone else that you know and you didn't tell them, then you feel like it's your fault. You feel like, oh, I messed up. It happened to me so I could warn someone else so it doesn't happen to them. But I mean, anyone can just go Google this stuff. That's why I don't like the fact that I had to be the one to go through it and to kind of end it. My beard is glistening. Normally, I'd be so shaved, I would look like I was ready to be on the cover of GQ magazine. But I like this. It's very rabbinical. No one ever wanted to fall in love with their rabbi. So if I just keep this up, no one's ever gonna fall in love with me. And then I'll be safe. But my hair doesn't grow past a certain point, it seems. Because it'd be good if I could have the long one. Then they definitely will never come talk to me. Hmm. And then I'll just make myself look hot on the music thing. And then when they see me on in real life, they'll be like, hey, you don't look like your pictures. And then I'll say, exactly. Get away. But by then I would have hooked them in the music already. uh, I can't even imagine. You know when you like someone and you get that like love at first sight feeling? I can't imagine having that again. Because now I associate it with a scam. Like, oh, if someone makes me feel butterflies, that's probably because my body's releasing adrenaline right now. Because my body is sensing that this is a fight, flight, or freeze, or fawn moment. And yeah, I definitely flight when I get attacked. But yeah. Oh, okay, we're definitely gonna go out, I think, later today. And I'll just use the phone as a shield so I don't have to talk to anyone in real life. I'll talk to you guys, and we can go outside. And in a sense, it's like I'll be in another dimension because everyone will be in 3D and I'll be in 5D with you. Just have to figure out where we're gonna go. I think I want to go to the enchanted forest. I know that that doesn't sound good. After everything we talked about, let's go to where Red Riding Hood went. Let's cross the enchanted forest. But it's the daytime. We'll be fine. Could even have a picnic over there. Oh, yeah. I mean, maybe we'll just go for a walk. A general fresh air walk. I'm glad I picked up the camera today. I just knew I had to keep trying, you know? If I don't talk about it, then it just festers inside me and it grows and grows into this huge ball of doubt. Doubting myself, doubting, why I was saved, why I was allowed to escape and everyone else wasn't. So, I mean, if I did, I might as well live. I just don't know how anymore because I don't know what's happening in the world. But now that I kind of have this, I don't have to because this is the only thing that's real. Everything else is a lie. But when it's just us here, it's real, it's true. I can manage that. I think I can manage that. And so we're gonna go out. Yes. Yes, we're gonna go out. Don't know where, but we're gonna do it. Have to. Maybe the beach. I don't know. Or oh, there are the birds again. The hardy-daws. The sun is so bright. Let's go outside and have a look. Uh, I do like the sunlight. I hope I have range. The morning sunlight is always the best because it's like diffused behind the clouds. And it reminds me of the place I go to in my dreams. It's like just this white sheet of light. Ah, so bright. It's like so holy. Good morning. We did it. We survived another night. Another day to see the sun. Follow the sun.
There's nothing like the fresh morning air, the light, and the sound of the free birds. We did it. I almost feel purged in a way, because I'm gonna lie down here outside. I feel purged because it's probably the first night I've spent with someone else since everything happened, and I can't see you guys, but you're still real, you're still there. I still feel you, so in a way, it's kind of like I'm rewriting my nights. Because before this, I associated it with her, because it's what we used to do, stay up all night talking. So now it's you guys. So it's like I'm changing it slowly. I just need to commit and make it, last. Make it proper. Make an honest woman out of you, viewer. If I could sleep outside, I would. The breeze, the birds, the sunlight on my skin, the cars, the people going to work, kind of breaks the illusion, doesn't it? The illusion. It's all about the illusion, isn't it? We want to feel like we felt when we were kids, when we believed in Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and in love and kindness. It's like we're searching for that over and over again through different people. And some of them, I guess, are searching for the same thing and they try, and others are psychopaths who use it against you for their own personal gain. I'm tired of trying to figure out which is which. So I would rather just leave it alone completely. And I'll stick with you guys because it's safe. You're behind a screen, I'm behind a screen, no one can hurt us, so I can be vulnerable with you. I can trust you. Because I know you wouldn't be here if you didn't want to be here. And that's as much as I'm willing to open my heart for the moment. Or maybe forever. Hopefully it doesn't rain. Looks a bit grey out there. But I'm certain it'll pass and we will have clear blue skies for our venturing out into the world later. Two for joy. There's the blue skies. Blue skies are coming. The blue skies behind us there. It's kind of like life, isn't it? Behind the grey, sad clouds full of water ready to rain down on Earth, pelting us all with huge water droplets. There's a beautiful blue sky, just smiling, you know? It's like the sun is always shining even when you can't see it. It's like I get that part. But why the part with the clouds? Why do we have to go through that? Because emotions are just like the weather. They come and go. Pay them no mind. It's easier said than done, isn't it? And so I think we're gonna have a good day. Have to always think of that blue sky. Reach for the sky. That's what I say. Let some light in. And I'm gonna lie down because mm, okay. It's almost time. And I just wanted to say how much I appreciated you guys for staying with me through the night. But I think I'm gonna give it about 15 more minutes and then gonna have to like enter the world of the living. But when I do go out, you're coming with me, okay? Because I'm not going out there alone. So at least I promise to go out. You guys just have to come with me, okay? And then if anybody tries to like talk to me, you have to shield me. You are my shield from reality. You're the ones who are gonna have to, you know, make me seem busy. Like, sorry, I can't talk. I'm unalive. I cannot. I even haven't. I kind of feel bad about it, but I still haven't gone out to see my friends. I mean, I've obviously talked to them on the phone, but I just don't feel ready. Besides the embarrassment, it's just, where do I even begin to tell them what happened? In person, it's different. On the phone, it's fine because I can't see their facial expressions. So, but in person, I'll sense it if they feel pity. uh, that's the worst. So I'm not ready for that yet. But maybe one day we will go out and then you guys will get to meet them. But for now, I don't think so. So, you know how I'm like, I'm not going to talk to anyone ever again, and I'm going to use my phone to block everyone out from reality. Imagine I actually do like work out and like do my hair and shave and get a six pack and everything, but I keep the same energy. Then everyone's going to say, oh, look, now he's got a six pack. He's so full of himself. It's like, no, I'm not full of myself. I was always trying to avoid people, so leave me alone. Like he only talks to his internet people. He doesn't talk to real people because he thinks he's all that. No, no. I was like this. At least you guys will know the truth. That's all that matters. I don't care what anybody else says. Besides, I'm not gonna work out. I don't want a six pack. I don't want anything that'll draw attention to me. When I was younger, I did, and it was cool, but I want like the opposite of the six pack. A barrel. I want a keg. That's what I want a keg belly. Yes. And then chicks can do cake stands on my stomach. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, by the way. So I just, it sounded right at the time. Uh, Cake stands on my belly. Ah, Pumlani Zulu. What have you gotten yourself into now? Or maybe I'll probably oversleep and forget to go out. I mean, I don't know. I can't do that again. I have to, I have to, I have to go out. I have to remember, remember. Mhm. Whew. Look into my eye. No, literally. You can see into my eye. That's freaky. I think we just technically went to second base there. We, that's as close as I'm getting to second base for the foreseeable future, I think. As close as we are right now, I still wish you could feel my heartbeat. It's not as bad as before, but I just still feel this like I call it the in between feeling. It's not like beating as if I'm, anticipating something huge, but it's also not calm and collected. It's just like it's ready to run. But not like sprint, just ready for a jog that might turn into a sprint. Because that's the thing I need to fix. I need that to stop. Because it's not helping. My whole body feels sore sometimes because of it. It's not fun. See, it's like every time I breathe in, I'm anticipating, like, oh my gosh, what's gonna happen between now and the time I breathe out? I don't even like answering my phone anymore because I don't want to hear bad news. I don't want to hear anything bad that happened to anyone. I don't want any more evidence that the world is messed up. When I was writing the music project, I didn't even listen to any media, any TV. I just wanted to escape. I didn't do my normal research that I'm used to. I just was like, no, doing what I want to do. I don't care about the trend of the moment. I don't care what genre is popping right now. I just want to do my own thing. That's why all the music sounds like Backstreet Boys and NSYNC and Max Martin, Britney. It all sounds like the 90s, the early 2000s. Because that's where I wanted to go back to when everything was normal.
Michael Jackson, of course. To me, the 90s just seemed like a good time to be alive, and I never got the chance to like experience them. Like, I wasn't yet old enough to go to a nightclub or anything, could even watch movies. So, I wanted to recreate the 90s for myself. And I think I did that. You know what? Maybe I should go get dippity doo so I can twirl my mustache. That's too hipster, even for me. Okay, we can do this. This is possible. Sometimes I wish we were robots, because then you could just turn off certain feelings and turn on the ones that you want. And if we were robots, then we would never break down because we would always have someone to fix us. You know, like how you have dedicated agents or technicians who go and install cable or satellite. Imagine if we were like that, if we were robots, and when you came to Earth, your soulmate was your technician, and their job was to fix you whenever you had heartbreak or something. That would be super cool. I wouldn't mind that. But we're just like thrust into the world. Then you could say, well, we do have technicians, and those are the aliens. But then I'm like, does everybody have aliens and I'm just the only one who can see them? When I ask them, they say no. And I don't know what that means because I don't know, isn't everybody supposed to be equal? So why doesn't everybody have aliens? Or maybe that's just a lie. Maybe it's just, I don't know. I don't know. But what I do know is that without them, I wouldn't be here. Huh. So I guess I can't really complain because I'm alive. So that's all that matters. Nothing else. Just us and the lights and the cameras. I'll see you guys next time. I will